Chapter 499. Within the ancient Blue Dragon Castle, the courtyard where the firework tribe resided was silent. Everyone fell silent after understanding the situation. They each chose a place to cultivate, rest, or let their imaginations run wild. There was no doubt that this place was a place of death. However, many people were still fantasizing and hoping to find a way out. Many people began to cultivate so that they could better survive in the coming days. Only by surviving would they have a chance. Of course, there were also some people who used cultivation to stop thinking too much. For example, Yi Qinghan. As someone who had lived 2 lives, coupled with the hardships he had gone through in the Fire Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan's state of mind had become unusually mature. However, this sudden situation was still a little difficult for him to accept. He could no longer enter the unfettered pavilion, which he relied on the most. His life was no longer guaranteed. In other words, he was already in a hopeless situation and was about to die. He was not afraid of death. It was just that he had never thought that he might die because of the existence of the unfettered pavilion all these years. Now that he was suddenly in such a predicament, no matter how strong his state of mind was, it would be difficult for him to accept it. Therefore, he chose to cultivate. He wanted to cultivate the divine power that he currently lacked the most and force himself to stop thinking about it. Elder Lu did not send any more messages. There were divine kings here, and perhaps even more powerful beings. If he exposed the unfettered ring, he might be assassinated before the demons could kill him. Elder Lu's understanding of the baleful Yin stream was about the same as Nyo potions. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Uncle Padian, it's been hard on you all these years. Let me take care of everything from now on. In a large room in the backyard, Nyo Padian and Nyo Huohua sat on a stone table. There were 2 divine generals standing guard outside. Nyo Huohua looked at Nyo Padian apologetically. However, there was no depression in her watery eyes. Instead, they were filled with a strong desire to fight. Miss Padian is useless. If the great elder was still alive, he would definitely not have let you be in such a dangerous situation. Now, sigh. Nyo Padian sighed helplessly. His expression and words revealed a tinge of self-blame and bitterness. Since when was a disciple of the Thunder Clan afraid of danger? Since cousin wants me dead, then I won't die. Since he is afraid that I will fight for it, then I will fight for it. Uncle Padian, there is no need to worry. How can a small baleful Yin stream stop the advancement of the most talented disciple of the Thunder Clan? Nyo Haiyan smiled faintly. Her confident and determined voice echoed in the room. She was like a sleeping phoenix that was slowly raising her proud head. Yes, young lady's lightning energy has already been cultivated to the 3rd stage. Ordinary demons can no longer harm young lady. Even if they encountered the Demon King, they would still be able to put up a fight. However, after a few rounds of fighting, it was unknown how many of the 2,000 people in the tribe would survive. Sigh. Nyo Potion's eyes were filled with excitement, but when he thought of the people in the tribe, his expression darkened again. But Nyo Hua waved her small hand and said, "There's no point in thinking too much about these things. Since it happened, what we have to think about isn't regret, but how to remedy it. We can only try our best to protect them. Life and death are decreed by fate. Since you chose to come to the God realm, you must be prepared to die. 88th team, gather. We will leave the castle in an hour to carry out the demon hunting mission." 10 days later, a cold voice startled everyone in the courtyard. After this voice rang once, it went silent. After that, Nyo Potion's voice rang out in the front yard. "Everyone, gather in the front yard and go out to hunt demons. If you are still in the courtyard after an hour, you will be killed by the army of the ancient castle. Gather quickly." Nyo Potion's words were even more threatening than the previous voice transmission. As soon as he finished speaking, countless people rushed out of the rooms in the courtyard. All of them were armed and gathered in the front yard. Yi Qinghan also woke up from his cultivation. Without thinking too much, he picked up the slaughter god blade and walked to the front yard. "Everyone, listen up. Once we leave the ancient castle, all of you must listen to young Lady Hyan's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. If you don't listen to her orders, it will be very easy for our team to be wiped out." Neopodian shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone's heart to tighten. After that, Neopodian continued to explain, "Every demon hunt in the stream of Een spirits will last for half a month. Within this half a month, we cannot return to the ancient castle. There is a possibility of encountering demons everywhere outside. If half of the Moon Queen does not die, she can return to the Blue Dragon ancient castle to rest for another half a month. Your mission is to protect yourselves outside. Of course, it will be even better if you can help us in battle." Neo Hyan was not wearing her pink robe today. Instead, she was wearing an exquisite black battle armor. Her snow-white skin and perfect facial features were set off by the black battle armor, making her look even more beautiful. She held a cyan phoenix wood staff in her hand. She didn't say much and her face was calm. She waved the wooden staff and shouted, "Let's go." Neo Hyan took the lead and walked out. Neopodian and the 9 god generals followed behind her. Everyone in the tribe walked out silently. There was not a single person in the countless courtyards outside. Most likely, they had already left the castle to hunt for demons. On the way, they met a few teams that were returning from outside. These people were very excited, as if they had survived a disaster. However, when they looked at the people of the firework tribe, it was as if they were looking at a group of dead people. Only when they glanced at Neo Hyan, Enchanting Queen Glamorous, and the other beauties did they reveal a slight pity. The team did not stop and walked directly to the main gate of the ancient castle. Rows of official army soldiers in black armor stood at the gate. The one leading them was the divine King Shui. In half a month, the ancient castle's protective shield will be opened again. Now, all of you, go out and hunt demons. All the official army soldiers looked very indifferent. Divine King Shui said indifferently and waved his hand. The protective shield flashed and he looked at everyone coldly, gesturing for them to go out. The inside and outside of the ancient castle were like two different worlds. The whistling sandstorm blinded everyone's eyes and chilled their hearts. Everyone walked out of the ancient castle and looked at the sandstorm in a daze. They were very perturbed. "Don't just stand there. Move forward quickly. We can't stand still in the baleful Een stream. We have to keep moving. Otherwise, our aura will attract a large number of demons and we will die. Divine General Neopodian, bring 5 people to the back to hold the line. Let's go." Neo Hyan's delicate voice sounded. Then, she took the lead and ran forward. Her speed was neither fast nor slow. It was obvious that she was taking care of everyone's speed. The large group of people began to travel in the yellow sand aimlessly. Yi Qinghan walked at the front of the team. He held the slaughter god's saber tightly in his hand and was ready to activate his absolute domain. If he continued to hide his strength in this place, he would probably die at any time. As he ran, he began to quietly move behind Neo Hyan. Since Neopodian had chosen to hand over the command to this first-stage Divine General Realm Girl, and he did not seem to be worried about her safety, he led his men to hold the line at the back. This could only mean one thing: this girl was the strongest person in the team. Staying behind the strongest person was the best guarantee of safety. "Everyone, stop advancing. Prepare for battle." Neo Hyan, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. Divine power surged from her body, and the phoenix wood staff in her hand lit up. The 2 demon horns on her head emitted 2 rays of holy light. A white light beam shot out from the phoenix wood staff and shot forward at lightning speed. "The demons are here?" Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. He circulated his divine power and looked into the distance. Chapter 500. In the blurry yellow sandstorm in front of them, there was a faint trace of black mist that was flying towards them along with the sandstorm. The black mist was still 1,000 meters away from everyone, but an evil, cold, and uncomfortable aura had already enveloped everyone present. Under the shroud of this aura, everyone felt a chill in their souls, and they couldn't summon the slightest desire to fight. They felt like a flock of lambs enveloped by a pack of ferocious and tyrannical aura of a pack of wolves, unable to even move. Swish! Neopatian and the 9 god generals had already rushed to Niu Huihua's side when Niu Huihua shot out a white light beam. Their divine power surged at the same time, and the weapons in their hands shone brightly. They all spat out dozens of meters of colorful attack waves towards the black mist in front of them. The energy attacks of the god generals were extremely powerful. These attack waves contained terrifying energy, and even Yi Qinghan, who was 100 meters behind them, felt extremely pressured. One beam of light and 10 attack waves directly entered the black mist. The black mist, which was flying at high speed, suddenly slowed down. The black mist, which was originally 100 meters in radius, also shrunk by a third. This is a devil. Everyone, don't panic. Everyone, attack the black mist in front of you indiscriminately. You just have to remember, don't let the black mist get close. That is the aura of a devil. Once you are enveloped by it, you will instantly turn into a devil. Attack! Niu Huihua's black battle armor emitted a gentle black light that enveloped everyone. This light instantly made the chill in everyone's heart disappear. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed. They started to circulate the divine power in their bodies, forming all kinds of energy attack waves that flooded the black mist. It was obvious that everyone's attacks were like mud flowing into the sea. They didn't have much of an effect. Only a few peak stage heavenly god experts' attacks could shake the black mist. Yi Yaorao and Cleopatra's attacks were the most obvious. Niu Huihua, Neopatian, and the 9 god generals' attacks were able to slow down the black mist every time. The black mist visibly shrank, and the effect was the most obvious. Yi Qinghan's slaughter god saber slashed forward, spitting out a half-moon-shaped saber light. Together with everyone's attacks, it entered the black fog and disappeared without a trace, just like mud falling into the sea. However, what made Yi Qinghan slightly surprised was that every time he attacked, the slaughter god blade would emit a faint black light, just like when it was killing demonic beasts in the firework tribe. When Yi Qinghan released his divine sense to sense the slaughter god blade, he didn't feel any air being sucked in. This made Yi Qinghan extremely puzzled. After a few rounds of attacks, the black fog gradually dissipated, revealing a completely black figure in the yellow sand. The figure was more than 10 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in black scales, including its face and head. The scales expanded and contracted as it breathed in and out black mist. Its 2 eyes were the strangest. They had no pupils and were blood red in color. The 2 black curved horns on its head were also emitting black mist. SS. After being attacked by everyone, the demon was almost defenseless. It tried to charge forward a few times but was hit by Niu Huihua and the 10 god generals' attacks, causing its body to fall back in the air. It opened its mouth angrily, revealing a row of green teeth as it let out a weird cry. This demon's defense is actually so strong. Niu Huihua and Niu Potion's energy attacks were only sent flying and didn't cause any damage. Didn't they say that this demon only has the strength of a peak heavenly god? Yi Qinghan continued to shoot out a crescent-shaped blade light, which hit the demon's scales. However, it didn't seem to have any effect, and he started to feel strange. It's about time. Everyone stop attacking. Niu Huihua and Neopatian looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Niu Huihua then raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop attacking. Neopatian stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The white spear in his hand shone with divine light as it shot towards the demon. In the sky, the spear swayed and transformed into hundreds of spear shadows that pierced towards the demon's body. Wherever the spear shadows passed, the space trembled, and even the yellow sand in the air turned into dust. The spear shadows that filled the sky finally condensed into one, and the white spear's spearhead had already sunk into the demon's head between the 2 curved horns. Neopatian reached out and pulled back the spear. Then, he turned around elegantly and flew towards everyone without a care. Tsk tisk. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the demon seemed to have been eroded. Starting from the head, it gradually turned into black dust. Finally, its entire body turned into black sand and was blown away by the wind. However, the two long curved horns weren't eroded and fell to the ground. A god general picked them up and gave them to Niu Huihua to put away. This was probably the token for killing the demon in exchange for points. Don't just stand there. In order to demonstrate how to kill the demon, we have already wasted a lot of time. I reckon that it won't be long before the demons swarm over here. Everyone, advance to the left with all your might. Niu Huihua's cold voice snapped everyone out of their daze. Everyone hurriedly followed Niu Huihua and sprinted to the left at full speed. In order to kill the demon, you must first use an energy attack to disperse the demonic aura around its body. If the demonic aura doesn't disperse, we will be instantly demonized even if we are attacked. Then, just like what Divine General Padian did just now, attack the area between the two horns on its head. This is the demon's fatal spot. Attacking anywhere else will be completely ineffective and won't cause any damage. Niu Huihua began to explain to everyone as she sprinted. Yi Qinghan finally understood that Niu Huihua and Niu Padian hadn't used their full strength just now. Instead, they had been demonstrating how to kill the demon. We've encountered a demon. All of you must first guard your hearts and not be affected by his aura. You must remember to keep your distance. Niu Yanhua's petite body was nimbly running in front as she was explained to everyone as she walked. At this moment, no one thought of her as a frail little girl anymore. She had already replaced Niu Padian in everyone's hearts with her extraordinary battle prowess, her calm demeanor, and her calm commentary. She had become the leader of the team in everyone's hearts. 2 hours later, everyone encountered another demon. This time, Niu Huihua and Niu Padian didn't hold back. The white beam of light shooting from the phoenix wood staff was clearly thicker than before. Everyone had only unleashed one round of attacks, but the demonic aura had already been completely dispersed by Niu Padian and the others. Niu Padian attacked again and easily killed the demon. Huh. It seems so easy. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. If they kept killing demons like this, wouldn't they be able to earn 1,000 points easily? Furthermore, it didn't seem too dangerous. Yi Qinghan wasn't the only one who thought this way. Most of the team probably thought the same way. Their muscles relaxed slightly, and their expressions gradually calmed down. However, everyone's calmness didn't last long. Following Niu Huihua's angry roar, everyone tensed up again. Niu Huihua, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Then, her expression became incomparably gloomy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. Niu Potion's expression also changed drastically. All the godly generals' divine power surged at this moment, as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone, gather around me. There's a group of demons surrounding us. Once there's a chance, run for your lives. If you're lucky enough to escape, then gather 300 miles to the east. Remember, if any of your companions are demonized, kill them immediately. Otherwise, everyone will die. Chapter 501. We're surrounded. Everyone in the group was stunned, and then they were all horrified. One demon wasn't scary. With Niu Yaohua and the others around, they were absolutely safe. But if it was a group of demons, could they suppress them? If they couldn't suppress the demons, they would be demonized. That was death. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they collectively charged toward Niu Haohua and Niu Padian. The two strongest experts on the battlefield had become the only two life-saving straws at this moment. When they were surrounded by the black fog, everyone felt as if they could smell the scent of death, and they looked around in fear. Yi Qinghan didn't look around, but kept staring at Niu Yaohua. He saw that although her pretty face was incomparably solemn, she didn't seem to be panicking. Instead, her eyes shone with confidence. He felt slightly relieved. Among the thousands of people present, the only ones who could fight against the demon were Niu Huatian and the other 11 divine generals. If they couldn't handle it, then everyone would die. There was no exception. Hiss! There was black fog in all directions, and the sky was gradually shrouded by the black fog. The light in the field slowly dimmed, and the evil aura seemed to freeze everyone's bones. No one dared to breathe, or it could be said that they couldn't breathe at all. They felt their hearts beating faster and faster. In the end, many people were in a trance. Guard your heart and attack indiscriminately from any direction. 10 Divine Generals, attack. Niu Yaohua's black armor shone with a gentle light at the critical moment. Her soft voice was like a hammer pounding on everyone's heart, waking them up instantly. Then, the phoenix wood staff in her hand began to emit beams of light. The speed and intensity were much greater than before. Neopodian and the 9 Divine Generals each chose a direction to attack. A few people who reacted quickly also began to shoot energy attack waves in all directions. This demon aura is so terrifying. It's not even close, but it's already intimidating people. If it wasn't for Niu Yaohua and the others, perhaps many people here would have been enveloped by the demonic aura unknowingly and become demonized. Yi Qinghan brandished a crescent-shaped blade radiance, but he felt extremely sullen. That's right, he felt aggrieved. He had already comprehended the laws to the God-General realm, but he did not have the time to cultivate his God power, so he was still at the second level of the heavenly God realm. Demons were shrouded in demonic aura, and soul chaos could not spread so far. Moreover, he did not know if soul chaos had any effect on demons. In other words, even if it could make a demon's soul dizzy for a while, who would dare to rush in and kill a demon instantly? The combat skills he relied on the most were completely useless in the face of demons who were surrounded by demonic aura. This was like a bladesman with exquisite saber techniques going up against a malicious spirit. No matter how good his saber techniques were, he would not be able to harm the malicious spirit at all. When a tiger bites a tortoise, how could he not feel aggrieved? Yi Qinghan was not the only one who thought this way. Many people present had the same thought. The strength of a peak heavenly god was not scary. With so many people here, even if there were 100 peak heavenly gods, the crowd believed that they could easily kill them. But for this demon, ordinary people with low strength couldn't hurt him at all. The combat strength that they were so proud of had completely lost its effect. This situation where they could only take a beating without being able to fight back made everyone very uncomfortable. In front of the demon, they were like defenseless scholars. This feeling was very aggrieving and powerless. However, they still kept releasing energy attacks, hoping to be of some help or to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Aside from the God Generals, the only people in the team whose attacks had an obvious effect were the 7 peak heavenly gods. Among them, Cleopatra, Yi Yaorao, and the Golden Dragon were the strongest. Yi Yaorao's sword radiance contained cold qi. Every time she released it, it would cause the black mist to freeze for a moment and shrink visibly. Under the powerful attacks of Niu Haohua and the 10 God Generals, the black mist did not continue to spread. Instead, it began to weaken. Everyone could vaguely see the yellow sand in the distance through the thin black mist. However, the expressions of Niu Haohua and the others did not relax. Instead, they became even more serious. The combat power in the field was scattered, so the power of the attacks decreased. This meant that it would take more time to completely disperse a demon's aura. The longer he stayed in one place, the more demons he would attract. At that time, he would be surrounded, and it would be even more impossible for him to escape. After a while, Niu Haohua made a decision. They could not wait any longer. Before these demons were killed, more demons would come. Everyone, get ready to break through. Remember what I said. Thunder Fury. Go. As Niu Yanhua spoke, her body began to rise into the air, and the 2 small demon horns on her head lit up with dazzling light. Then, 2 white beams of light as thick as arms suddenly shot out. These beams of light soared into the sky, penetrated the black fog in the space, and condensed into 2 white balls of light in the air. The 2 balls of light collided, and countless bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Wherever the lightning passed, the black fog automatically dissipated, and countless small safe passages formed in the black fog in all directions. Whoosh! The moment the lightning descended, Niu Haohua and the 10 God Generals rushed to the left at a frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already 100 meters away. Everyone hurriedly circulated their divine power and followed. However, everyone was rushing in that direction. The safe passageway created by the white lightning was so small. How could it allow so many people to escape together? Feeling the black mist spreading again, the temporary safe passageway created by the lightning would completely disappear soon. Countless people began to turn around and rush to the small passageways in all directions. Yi Qinghan rushed to the front, but he was too slow. Neopatian and the others could no longer be seen. They had probably passed through the black mist and escaped into the distance. Yi Qinghan circulated his divine power at full force and madly followed the white lightning that had yet to completely dissipate. Bang! Yi Qinghan suddenly felt a sense of danger, but before he could react, his body was suddenly swept by a huge force, and he was forced to fly to the side. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned cold as he looked over angrily. He saw a golden dragon and a few divine beasts flying in front of him at high speed. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan's speed was too slow and blocked their escape route. The golden dragon slapped Yi Qinghan and sent him flying. Run! Yi Qinghan looked at the black mist that was spreading to his left. He didn't have time to curse. Running for his life was the most important thing. Every minute and second was extremely precious. The passageway was slowly shrinking. Soon, it would be completely covered by the black mist again. When that time came, it would be a dead end. Ah! Someone is being demonized. Help! Who can save me? Suddenly, countless screams and cries for help came from all directions. Obviously, those martial artists with low divine power and slow speed were being killed or demonized in time. Run! 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 At this moment, Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood in his body was boiling. Under the threat of death, all the muscles in his body were trembling. The white divine power in the divine crystal surged out, causing his speed to increase slightly. Chapter 502. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. At this moment, Yi Qinghan looked at the yellow sand in front of him. It was so cute. He was like a traveler in the desert who suddenly saw an oasis. SS. In the next second, that patch of yellow was covered by a tall black shadow. Yi Qinghan recognized this person. It was a third-stage heaven god in the team. He was Cleopatra's subordinate. The strange thing was, this martial artist did not run away. Instead, he screamed excitedly and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Although his speed was fast, his body was obviously stiff. There were traces of black fog coming out of his body. Most importantly, his eyes were bloodshot. A demonized martial artist? Scram for this young lord. At the critical moment when Yi Qinghan was about to escape, he was suddenly blocked. He immediately roared in anger. His body lit up with a demonic purple light. The slaughter god blade in his hand cut through the sky. With his boundless anger, it slashed towards that figure and landed directly on that tall martial artist's left shoulder. The chaotic soul did not seem to have any effect on this martial artist. This martial artist's body did not stop moving at all. This was out of Yi Qinghan's expectations. However, what surprised him even more was that, the slaughter god blade suddenly lit up with a faint black light. The moment the blade touched the demonized martial artist, the black light flashed, and something strange happened. The black fog on the demonic cultivator's body surged towards the slaughter god blade in a frenzy. However, the demonic cultivator was still in a daze. Both of his hands were still in the position of brandishing the blade. It was as if he had been petrified. After that, the spot where his left shoulder and the slaughter god's saber came into contact with each other, just like the demon who was hit by Neopatian for the first time. It started to corrode, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, his entire body turned into black dust. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. Yi Qinghan looked at the slaughter god blade in his hand in a daze. He did not understand what was happening. In the next second, he hurriedly snapped out of his daze. He looked at the black fog that was about to close up the tunnel in front of him. He could not care less about the shock and confusion in his heart. Run, run. After escaping from the area shrouded by the black fog, Yi Qinghan quickly glanced around and found that the black fog on his left and right were constantly spreading towards him. After the black fog behind him had completely shrouded the tunnel, it also quickly spread towards him. He didn't have much time to think about it. He continued to circulate his divinity and flew forward. Ah! Hiss, hiss, occasionally, the miserable cries of cultivators and the strange cries of evil demons and demonized cultivators rang out like a death knell. Yi Qinghan knew very well that in this short period of time, at least half of the more than 2,000 people in the team had died or been demonized. Moreover, this number was constantly increasing. Perhaps in the next second, he would also become a part of this number. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that this group of demons were attacking the martial artists in the encirclement and did not pursue the few martial artists that had escaped. He still had a chance to escape. Someone came out. As Yi Qinghan ran madly, he heard an ear-piercing sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Yaorao leading a dozen women charging towards him. Clearly, Yi Yaorao had slowed down a lot in order to take care of the people behind her. Apart from Yi Yaorao, the rest of the women all had ugly expressions on their faces. They must have been frightened earlier. This group of people was at least in the third heaven god realm. Their speed was slightly faster than Yi Qinghan's. After a short while, they had already surpassed him. They did not even look at him as they continued charging forward. Yi Qinghan followed behind the dozen women and kept moving forward. After more than 10 seconds, they had already left Yi Qinghan far behind, disappearing into the whistling cold wind and yellow sand. The visibility here was too low and he had no sense of direction at all. Yi Qinghan could only cover his head and continue running. Huh? Why are they back? After a short while, a dozen figures appeared 1,000 meters ahead. It was Yi Yaorao and the others who had left and returned. They were running back the way they came in a panic. Then, they suddenly turned around and ran to the left. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and turned around as well. He followed them and ran to the left. As he ran, he looked in the direction they came from with his vertical eye. As expected, there was a hint of black in the yellow sand in that direction. It seemed like new demons had appeared in that direction. There was a blockade in front and pursuers behind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan wished he had 4 legs. His speed was too slow. The longer he stayed in this place, the more dangerous it would be. At the same time, he started praying in his heart that no more demons would appear in this direction. Otherwise, with his speed, if he turned back, he would definitely be surrounded again. Niu Huahua and the others had already disappeared without a trace. If he were to be surrounded again, he would definitely die. Hiss, hiss. Ah. However, after a short while, a strange cry and a woman's terrified cry appeared in front of him. This made Yi Qinghan's heart sink to the bottom of the sea. More demons appeared in front of him. If it really was a demon, then he would definitely be dead. Why are you panicking? They are demons. Their attacks are not scary. Just send them flying. Remember. Don't get entangled with them. Also, don't let them get close to you. If you get scratched by them, the demonic aura in their bodies will invade your bodies. You will immediately be demonized. Follow me and charge. A cold but pleasant voice could be heard. It was Yi Qinghan's voice. However, it made Yi Qinghan's eyes light up. Demons? Demonized martial artists? When he thought about the demonized martial artist who was instantly turned into dust by the slaughter god blade, Yi Qinghan felt a glimmer of hope. If the demons in front of him could also be killed by the slaughter god blade in an instant, then he would have a high chance of escaping. Charge, charge, charge. Yi Qinghan hurriedly ran forward. After more than 10 seconds, he could vaguely see countless squirming figures in front of him. With one look, he sucked in a breath of cold air. How many demonized martial artists were there? In front of him was a dense horde of zombie-like demons. At a glance, all he could see was a sea of blood-red eyes. These demonized martial artists' bodies were all very stiff. However, their speed was extremely fast. Black gas revolved around their bodies as they surrounded Yi Qinghan and the others. However, after these martial artists were demonized, they didn't seem to have the same martial techniques as before. They could only instinctively brandish their weapons or use their jet black hands to charge blindly at Yi Qinghan and the others. At this moment, Yi Yaorao and more than 10 people formed an arrow formation. Their hands and bodies emitted waves of energy attacks, knocking away groups of demons that pounced at them. However, there were too many demons. Their speed was also very fast. Furthermore, demons kept jumping up and pouncing at them from the sky. Their speed of advancement became very slow. Big sister, you should leave alone. If this drags on, you will be dragged to death by us. Yi Qinghan's attack was very powerful. Her silver sword spat out a sword light that was more than 10 meters long. With just a casual sweep, the demons in front of her were all sent flying. Furthermore, all the demons that were swept by her had a layer of ice forming on their bodies. Their speed was obviously much slower. However, the attacks of the martial artists behind them were obviously much weaker. Often, when the demons were sent flying, the demons behind them would pounce at them again. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan's help, they wouldn't have been able to advance at all. They could only deal with the demons that kept pouncing at them. In the end, they would die of exhaustion. Don't talk nonsense. If there is no other choice, I will leave. Follow me and charge. Yi Qinghan's cold face revealed a trace of bitterness. How long had it been since they left the castle? Out of her 100 subordinates, only the dozen behind her were left. As for these dozen people and herself, would they die in the next second? Or would they turn into these zombie-like demons in front of them? She quickly swung her sword and sent the 2 devil cultivator flying. However, she suddenly saw a shocking scene on her left. Her cold eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise and joy. The dozen or so women noticed Yi Yaorao's strange expression and looked over as well. However, they could no longer tear their eyes away from her. Even the demon cultivators beside them had forgotten to attack. Their pretty faces all revealed a look of wild joy. This person is so powerful. He's from our tribe. I know him. He's coming over to us. He's here to save us. Looking at the dozen people who were overly excited, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with joy. The silver sword in her hand shot out a few sword lights in all directions, sending the demons that were pouncing at her flying. Then, she shouted coldly, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Do you all want to die?" After waking up her subordinates, Yi Qinghan looked to the left again. This time, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. She snorted coldly and said, "He's obviously an expert, but he's pretending to be a second-tier heavenly god. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This man isn't any good either." Humph. None of the men are good. In the group of demons on the left, a cultivator in green clothes was holding a strange black long saber in his hand. He was drifting toward her with ease. The ferocious and terrifying demon dwellers in the surroundings were as if they were made of mud. As long as they were swept by his black long saber, they would all turn into powder. He was like an invincible god of war, walking easily in the midst of an army of 10,000. It was Yi Qinghan. "Miss Yi Qinghan, I'm Yi Qinghan. I want to cooperate with you." Yi Qinghan was like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near Yi Qinghan and the others. His gentle smile made them feel even more friendly. Chapter 503. Cooperate? Yi Qianrao looked at the seemingly harmless and amiable man in front of her. She became even more wary of him. Although the attacks of these demons were not strong, their defenses were very strong. Their recovery speed was very fast. Usually, after a stab, the wound would have already healed by the time you pulled it out. Furthermore, they did not have a soul and did not know pain. It was as if they had an immortal body. Unless you were a very strong martial artist, you would be able to turn the demons into dust in an instant and not give them a chance to recover. Just like Yi Qinghan. Yi Qianrao thought that since Yi Qinghan could kill the demons so easily, he was definitely a very strong martial artist. Furthermore, he was so strong that it was unimaginable. Coupled with the fact that Shou Kuang and a few hundred of his men had been annihilated in the firework tribe, Yi Qinghan had returned unscathed. Yi Qinghan was even more certain of this. Such a strong martial artist had disguised himself as a newbie, a second-stage heaven god. Unless there was something wrong with his brain, he must have some special motive. Furthermore, he had come over to ask to cooperate with her. If he was not pitying them, he must have some other motive. However, Yi Qianrao was very clear that the longer they stayed in this place, not only would the people behind her die, but she might also perish. After pondering for a moment, she tried to make her expression not as cold as before. She sent the demons beside her flying and said respectfully, "I do not dare to cooperate with you. However, I am extremely grateful that you are willing to take pity on us and help us to break out of this encirclement." Kiki, Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qianrao's sparkling eyes and the dozen or so women who were extremely respectful and worshipping him. He knew that they must have thought that he was a strong martial artist. Originally, he was still thinking of how to explain this so that he could hide the changes in the slaughter god blade. Now, it was even better. Without saying anything else, he waved the slaughter god blade around and led the way. At the same time, he shouted, "Yi Qianrao, go to the defense array at the back. Everyone, follow me." With the addition of Yi Qinghan, the pressure on the small team lessened. Their speed of advancement increased by many folds. Everywhere the slaughter god's saber passed, the demons turned into dust. The dozen or so women didn't even need to attack. They only needed to follow Yi Qinghan and run forward. With Yi Yaorao protecting the rear, Yi Qinghan only needed to rush forward. This way, their speed was much faster. Yi Qinghan came to help them, of course, not because he was attracted by their beauty, nor was it because he was compassionate. Yi Yaorao's law of ice was extremely effective against the aura of the evil demons, second only to divine generals. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that he wasn't an expert. He just wanted to travel with the Night Enchantress. If they encountered demons, with the Night Enchantress at the front, his chances of survival would be much higher. The dozen or so people were like a sharp sword, piercing through the demon dweller army that stretched as far as the eye could see. A large army of demons suddenly appeared here, but fortunately, there were no demons, otherwise they would not have been able to escape. A.O. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the group had already advanced a few thousand meters. At this time, a shout from the right caught Yi Qinghan's attention. There seemed to be a martial artist in front of them trapped in the demon dweller army. Although it was a little far away and he couldn't see clearly, Yi Qinghan could recognize the martial artist just by hearing the voice. It was the four-clawed golden dragon. This way. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought about how the golden dragon had slapped him when he was breaking out of the encirclement, which had almost killed him. A cold smile appeared on his face, and a fervent killing intent suddenly surged in his heart. The dozen or so women behind him thought that Yi Qinghan was going to rescue people again. They looked at Yi Qinghan with even more respect and admiration. As expected. In the front left, a golden dragon and 3 mythological beasts were fighting with the demons. The golden dragon spewed out golden dragon's breath, sending the demons in front of him flying. At this moment, his thick dragon tail was also releasing golden airflow, constantly swinging and attacking the demons behind him. The 3 mythological beasts beside him were also very fierce. The demons at the side couldn't even get close to them. However, mythological beasts were not like human martial artists. Their attacking methods were much worse. Moreover, they were more dependent on their innate magical powers and bodies. They weren't used to using weapons. Therefore, although their combat strength was fierce, it wasn't very effective against the demons. Their advancing speed was very slow. Moreover, the space in the baleful Een stream was very unstable. The pressure in the air was very strong. The speed of flying in the air was much slower than running on the ground. The speed of mythological beasts running on the ground was far slower than flying. Therefore, the baleful Een stream was the most hated place for mythological beasts that hadn't taken human form. The golden dragon and the three mythological beasts sensed something strange behind them. When they turned their heads and saw Yi Qinghan and a group of women rushing towards them, especially when they saw Yi Qinghan waving his long saber and turning the demons into dust, they were overjoyed. They knew Yi Qinghan. Of course, they were even more familiar with Yi Qinghan. When they were breaking out of the encirclement just now, the golden dragon had struck many low-level martial artists in the way. At that time, Yi Qinghan had his back to them. Therefore, they didn't recognize him at all. At this moment, they still thought that Yi Qinghan was here to save them. "My lord, please save us. We are willing to follow you and obey your orders." Although the golden dragon was very puzzled as to why Yi Qinghan's strength had suddenly increased to such a level, he didn't think much about it. At this moment, he was trapped in the demon's army. He didn't even know if he could keep his life. He didn't have time to think so much. Hee. I am here to save all of you. When Yi Qinghan heard this, the smile on his face deepened. He quickly killed the few demons beside him and suddenly increased his speed. He leaped high into the air and used the slaughter god blade to kill the few demons above the golden dragon and the others. Only then did he land in front of them. "Thank you, my lord." The golden dragon and the three mythological beasts thanked him immediately. They heaved a sigh of relief. "There's no need to thank me." Yi Qinghan suddenly turned his head and grinned. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, his body lit up with a purple light, and the slaughter god blade slid backward at lightning speed. 4 blade shadows appeared and slashed at the golden dragon and the three mythological beasts. Buzz! The golden dragon was only at the peak of the heaven god realm. When he was suddenly attacked, his soul spirit was in chaos. Without a doubt, he fainted, let alone the other three mythological beasts. However, what shocked Yi Qinghan the most was that when the slaughter god blade slashed at the golden dragon, a black light flashed, and the golden dragon's soul spirit was absorbed. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to smash the golden dragon's divine crystal. However, there was no need for that now. Similarly, when the slaughter god blade slashed at the three mythological beasts, their souls were absorbed. A purple light flashed, and the slaughter god blade slashed across the 4 mythological beasts' heads. The golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts were instantly killed. 4 divine crystals and 4 interspatial rings automatically fell off and floated in the air. "Ah! My lord, what are you doing?" The dozen women who had rushed over were stunned. They thought that Yi Qinghan was here to save them. After all, the golden dragon and the others were also from the fireworks tribe and were considered to be on their side. They did not expect that they would be killed by Yi Qinghan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the way they looked at Yi Qinghan suddenly changed from respect to awe and even fear. This little man is indeed not a good person. A trace of disgust and worry flashed across Yi Qinrao's eyes. She was even more wary of him now. Although the golden dragon and the others didn't have the restriction of being able to take human form, the chances of them dying in this place were extremely high. It was fine if Yi Qinghan did not come to save them. He could have let them die by themselves. However, he still wanted to end their lives prematurely. They were already about to die, but he still came over to kill them. They have a grudge against me. Let's go. Yi Qinghan grabbed the 4 divine crystals and interspatial rings in the air. Without explaining much, he took the lead and rushed forward. As he charged forward quickly, he began to ponder to himself. There was something wrong with the slaughter god blade. In the fire dragon continent, the slaughter god blade had been stained with blood and killed many people. However, it had never absorbed souls before. After coming to the divine world, the slaughter god blade first started to absorb the souls of demonic beasts. After that, it started to absorb the black aura emitted by the demonic humans. But now, it started to absorb the souls of martial artists. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan felt that as the slaughter god blade mutated, his thoughts were also affected. His thoughts were also indirectly affected. Although the golden dragon had slapped him when he broke out of the encirclement, according to his usual personality, he would never suddenly kill him. Even if he wanted to kill him, he would not do it under such circumstances. However, just now, his mind was filled with killing intent. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing the 4 divine beasts. Even now, the killing intent in his heart had not completely subsided. The slaughter god blade had become stronger, and it was affecting his state of mind. Yi Qinghan quickly thought through everything. The slaughter god saber had become extremely powerful, ridiculously powerful. How perverted was it to be able to absorb a martial artist's soul? God-tier martial artists had 2 basic things, soul and divine crystals. If the soul dissipated or the divine crystal shattered, the martial artist would be finished. Now, as long as the slaughter god blade hit a martial artist's body, it would automatically absorb the martial artist's soul and kill him instantly. How perverted was this ability? For example, if a god arch was injured by Yi Qinghan's sneak attack and his soul was absorbed by the slaughter god blade, that god arch would also die instantly. This thing was simply too heaven-defying. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not know what the upper limit of the slaughter god blade's ability to absorb a martial artist's soul was. However, if a peak heavenly god could easily absorb a martial artist's soul, it would definitely not be a problem for a god general. This meant that, as long as the slaughter god blade sneak attacked, a god general could be killed instantly. While Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, he started to worry. In fact, he even had the thought of throwing the slaughter god blade away. This thing could actually affect his state of mind? He was very afraid that if he continued to use the slaughter god blade, would he become even more bloodthirsty? In other words, in the end, he would be completely demonized and become a madman who only knew how to kill? A moment later, Yi Qinghan made a decision in his heart. The slaughter god blade's perverted ability must not be exposed. If it was exposed, he would definitely die. Furthermore, he had to use it sparingly. Before he understood why the slaughter god blade could affect his state of mind, before he found a way to suppress the bloodlust in his heart, this blade was a double-edged sword. It might even kill him in the end. Chapter 504. Charge, charge, charge. Yi Qinghan brought more than 10 women with him as he ran. The visibility in this place was too low, and no one knew what was in front of them. They didn't know if there was an even greater danger waiting for them, so they could only go with the flow and temporarily leave this place. Yi Yao Rao and the other female martial artists had witnessed Yi Qinghan's terrifying battle prowess and his lightning-fast methods of instantly killing Golden Dragon and the others. In their hearts, Yi Qinghan had completely become a temperamental, abnormal powerhouse. Yi Qinghan did not say anything, so they did not dare to say anything else. They followed Yi Qinghan and sprinted forward. An hour later, they had successfully passed through the demon army. They continued to run at full speed for a while before they managed to shake off the demons completely. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look behind him and suddenly called out, scaring the dozen women. "My lord, what are your orders?" Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. If Yi Qinghan could instantly kill Jin Long, then it would be easy for him to kill her as well. She immediately responded respectfully. "Scout ahead." Yi Qinghan knew that it was impossible to change their impression of him in a short period of time. He did not stand on ceremony and gave the order. "Yes, my lord." Yi Qinghan cursed in her heart. However, she did not dare to show it on her face. She shot forward obediently. She thought that a powerful cultivator like Yi Qinghan would have a much stronger divine sense than her. Yet, he still wanted her to scout ahead. He had already exposed his strength earlier, yet his movement speed was still as fast as that of a second-level celestial god. She had already secretly labeled Yi Qinghan as the kind of person who was psychologically perverted and liked to show off. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not pretending. His current speed had already reached his limit. However, forget the peak heaven god Yi Qinghan, even the 12th third-layer heaven god women could not match his speed. Seeing how fast Yi Qinghan was moving, the 12 women naturally did not dare to speed up. They could only deliberately slow down and run behind him. Fortunately, they did not encounter any demons or demon folk for a day and a night after they escaped from the Acquiescence army. It seemed like he was lucky enough to break out of the encirclement. However, after walking for a day and a night, they did not encounter anyone from the fireworks tribe. This made Yi Qinghan extremely worried. It didn't matter if the others died, but if Niu Huatian and the 10 god generals died as well, then he would have no one to rely on in baleful Yin stream. Although Niu Yaohua and the others weren't big trees, they were the only life-saving straw in their hands. However, this godforsaken place was filled with sandstorms and the visibility was only 1,000 meters. Everyone was not familiar with the terrain of the shady Fiend stream, or rather, completely unfamiliar. They couldn't even find the rendezvous point that Niu Yaohua had mentioned, let alone the location of the castle. "Sir, which way should we go now?" Every time they walked a certain distance, Yi Qingrao would turn around and ask Yi Qinghan which direction they should go. Although she hated Yi Qinghan very much, she did not doubt his strength at all. Hence, she started to get used to following Yi Qinghan's instructions. During this day and night, under Yi Qinghan's instructions, they did not encounter any demons or demon folk. She thought that Yi Qinghan had already used his powerful divine sense to scout out the area ahead. This way. Yi Qinghan glanced to his left and right before pointing in a random direction. The group started to move forward. However, this time, Yi Qinghan's luck ran out. After walking for a few kilometers, Yi Qingrao suddenly stopped in a panic. She turned around to look at Yi Qinghan but found that he did not say anything. After a moment's hesitation, she took a few more steps forward. However, she still felt a little uneasy and asked with uncertainty, "Sir, should we continue?" "What's wrong? What's the situation up ahead?" Yi Qinghan's abnormal behavior made Yi Qinghan a little wary and asked. Yi Qingrao glanced at Yi Qinghan angrily, as if she was blaming him for asking the obvious. "Sir, there is a black fog ahead. Based on the size of the black fog, it is most likely a demon. Should we continue forward?" She believed that since Yi Qinghan was so powerful, his divine sense must be extremely powerful as well. He must have already investigated the situation clearly. However, he did not say anything just now. She thought that he wanted to kill this demon for points. Based on Yi Qinghan's performance the day before, she believed that it would be very easy for Yi Qinghan to kill a demon. Hence, when she saw that Yi Qinghan did not say anything, she did not dare to turn around and run. However, she still reminded him with some worry. "Demon? You stupid woman. Why didn't you say so earlier? Run." When Yi Qinghan heard this, his expression changed and he turned to run. What a joke. That was not a demon, but a demon. Without Niu Huahua and the others, with Yi Qingrao's strength, she would definitely not be able to disperse the black fog. If she did not run, she would definitely die. Seeing Yi Qinghan turn around and run in panic, Yi Qingrao and the 12 women were dumbfounded. However, since Yi Qinghan had run, how could they not run? They hurriedly followed Yi Qinghan and ran like crazy. However, in their hearts, they believed that Yi Qinghan was a psychopath. He clearly had great strength, but he was pretending. "Yi Qinghan, bring me away. I'm too slow." Yi Qinghan quickly caught up to him and began to suppress his speed. Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around a few times. He hurriedly turned around and said to Yi Qinghan, "What's that?" "There's a problem with my strength. My divine sense, divine power, and speed are all suppressed to the second layer of the heaven god realm. I have no problem dealing with martial artists and demons, but my attacks are useless against demons. So, you understand, right?" "What?" When Yi Qinghan heard this, she suddenly had the urge to curse. Her expression became even colder. "Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier?" Fortunately, she had asked for instructions earlier. Otherwise, if they had rushed over just like that, everyone would be finished. Without any hesitation, she stretched out a slender jade-like hand, wanting to grab Yi Qinghan's clothes and take him away. However, when she thought of Yi Qinghan's freakish strength, such an impolite action would definitely anger him. Finally, she stomped her foot and her expression changed a few times. Then, she grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand and ran away. As expected of an ice beauty. This hand is icy cold, but it's so smooth and comfortable to the touch. As Yi Qinghan held Yi Qinghan's hand, he felt as if he was holding a piece of cold jade. Although it was a little cold, it was very comfortable to the touch. It was very smooth. However, he was very curious. Was this woman's entire body like this? If her lower body was also like this, that would be awesome. Awesome. After fantasizing for a moment, he suddenly got a shock. In such a dangerous situation, he actually had such perverted thoughts. It seemed like the slaughter god blade had not only made him bloodthirsty, but it had also made him lewd. This blade seemed to be a demonic blade. Or perhaps the person who created this blade was a bloodthirsty and perverted person who could use the slaughter god blade to trick the user unknowingly. Chapter 505. After understanding that Yi Qinghan's divine sense was not as strong as hers, Yi Qinghan did not ask for his permission. She immediately pulled him along and started running. With Yi Qinghan's help, Yi Qinghan's speed started to increase significantly. He was basically on par with a third-layer sky god. However, the speed of the demon behind them was clearly a little faster than a third-layer sky god. When the group sensed the black fog getting closer and closer, and that cold and sinister aura starting to envelop them, they started to panic. Yi Qinghan, go and stop them. Your law of ice is very effective against the demon's aura. Moreover, you are very fast. When they come after us later, send 2 of you to bring me away. Yi Qinghan knew that it would not work if they continued like this. If the demon got any closer, that sinister aura would cause them to slow down even more. Yi Qinghan hurriedly let go of that slippery hand with some reluctance. Then, she turned around and sprinted towards the 12 women beside her. All right. My lord, please protect my sisters. Yi Qinghan nodded. She had also noticed this problem. She stopped and started to gather her divine power. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan and the 12 women started sprinting forward. Swish. A silver snake-like sword chi with cold air shot towards the sword in Yi Qinghan's hand. It disappeared into the demon's aura behind them. The black fog clearly slowed down. Yi Qinghan used this time to escape at full speed. When the demon caught up to them, she shot out another sword chi to slow him down. After a few rounds of this, Yi Qinghan and the rest were already more than 10,000 meters away. When she felt that it was about time, Yi Qinghan released an even bigger sword chi. Without any hesitation, she charged towards Yi Qinghan and the rest. However, when she caught up to them, she saw a scene that almost made her go berserk. She saw her 2 sisters, Bing Yu and Bing Shui, hugging Yi Qinghan with one arm each. It was as if they were hugging him as they ran. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hands and put them on the shoulders of Bing Shui and Bing Yu with a face full of enjoyment. He moved his head close to their ears and breathed in their fragrance with his eyes closed. Occasionally, he would stretch his hands out and touch Bing Shui and Bing Yu's 2 towering peaks. He looked like an old whoremaster hugging 2 prostitutes from a brothel. It was obvious that Bing Shui and Bing Yu had been harassed by Yi Qinghan for a long time. Their cold faces were flushed with embarrassment. Their cold faces were flushed and full of embarrassment after being harassed by Yi Qinghan for a long time. Without Yi Yao Rao, they did not have a backbone. Yi Qinghan was so powerful that they obviously did not dare to voice their anger. Sir, you can release them now. Yi Yao Rao tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Her voice was cold and emotionless. She could not control the coldness that was leaking out of her body. The coldness immediately woke up Yi Qinghan. Ha! I'm ashamed. Thank you for your help. Yi Qinghan quickly retracted his hands and rubbed his nose. In his heart, he felt ashamed. It seemed like the slaughter god blade's influence had caused the evil thoughts in his heart to grow stronger. Looking at Bing Yu and Bing Shui running away like frightened rabbits, he despised himself even more. Madam, may I know your name? Yi Yao Rao nodded at Bing Shui and Bing Yu to comfort them. Yi Qinghan. We have the same last name. You don't have to call me Lord, just call me by my name. Yi Qinghan followed the crowd and turned to look at Yi Yao Rao. Sir Yi Qinghan, I would like to make a suggestion. If you do not agree, I will take my sisters and leave with you. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you can kill us. Although Yi Yao Rao's words were respectful, her tone was still cold. She was prepared to make a request to Yi Qinghan. In other words, she was prepared to cooperate fairly. She did not want to listen to Yi Qinghan's orders. Yi Qinghan was very strong and could guarantee their safety. His movement speed was very slow and his attacks were useless against demons. He had to rely on himself. Therefore, she felt that she had the right to make a request to Yi Qinghan. She wanted them to cooperate temporarily. Although Yi Qinghan had their lives in his hands, if they were not equal, she would rather die than live in dishonor. Especially when she saw Yi Qinghan taking advantage of Bing Yu and Bing Shui. Haha. Yi Yao Rao, I wanted to cooperate with you from the start. Go ahead. Yi Qinghan smiled awkwardly and said in embarrassment. That's good. Sir Yi, before you meet up with Miss Fireworks and Sir Patian, we can cooperate temporarily. Let's announce that we will help each other to defend against enemies. You are the leader, so we will listen to your orders. However, please respect us women. Don't suggest or do things that we are not willing to do. What do you think? Yi Yao Rao saw that Yi Qinghan's attitude was very good, so her tone became slightly more tactful. Of course. Actually, due to some special reasons, my mood has changed a little recently. Sometimes, I can't help but do things that go against my will. For example, if you notice it, please inform me at the first moment. I solemnly apologize to you for my violation of these two beauties just now. This was not my original intention. Please believe me. Believe you, as if. Yi Qinghan's honesty and sincere apology did not make Yi Yao Rao or the 12 women trust him at all. When did a man make a mistake? Didn't he swear that he had been blinded by lard for a while and that he would not commit the same mistake again? Special reasons? Changes in mood? Who are you trying to fool? You're clearly a pervert, but you still want to wipe your mouth and pretend to be righteous. You're a whore, and you still want to maintain your chastity? However, although no one believed Yi Qinghan's words, his humble attitude made everyone's disgust for him lessen a little. All right. Let me formally introduce myself. Yi Yao Rao, human, peak heavenly god, cultivator of the law of ice. Yi Yao Rao let out a sigh of relief. She did not expect that Yi Qinghan would be so easy to talk to. Under normal circumstances, powerful people would have a natural sense of arrogance. They would never negotiate with someone who was not at the same level as them. Yi Qinghan, human. Temporary second-level heavenly god, but if I sneak attack, I can instantly kill a low-level heavenly general. Normal strength can instantly kill any peak heavenly god. But attacks are useless against devils. Yi Qinghan's introduction made Yi Yao Rao and the others suck in a cold breath. This person was too terrifying. His attack power was too strong. He could actually instantly kill a heavenly general. Although it was a sneak attack, a heavenly general and a heavenly god were not on the same level. A heavenly general could easily instantly kill a peak heavenly god. Moreover, his second-level heavenly god divine power could instantly kill any peak heavenly god. This alone was enough to shock everyone. It seemed like he was indeed a powerhouse. Moreover, he was at least a high-level heavenly general, or a god-king powerhouse. Due to some special reasons, his strength was suppressed. Chapter 506. Next, the 12 women introduced their names and their strength. Since they had formed a team, they had to know each other's strength and situation. In the following battles, they would work together better, and everyone would have a better chance of survival. The team began to wander in the yellow sand. What made everyone curious was that in the next 2 days, the team did not encounter a single demon or demon, nor did they encounter a single warrior. On the 3rd day, the team encountered another small group of demons. Yi Qinghan attacked domineeringly, and easily killed all the demons. Then, they continued to wander. After that, the team encountered another demon. Following the previous strategy, Yi Qinghan intercepted them. Bing Yu and Bing Shui, who were the fastest, began to carry Yi Qinghan away. However, Yi Qinghan's body rubbed against the two women's bodies, and under the temptation of their fragrance, the evil thoughts in his heart began to stir again. His hands and body began to involuntarily move towards the two women. Bing Yu and Bing Shui could not bear the harassment, and in the end, they could not help but cautiously warn him. When Yi Qinghan heard the voices of the two, he began to sober up and hurriedly apologized. However, after walking for a while, his hands began to misbehave. As for Bing Yu and Bing Shui, after observing, when they discovered that Yi Qinghan was misbehaving, their eyes became slightly blurred. After speaking, their eyes regained clarity, and their expressions were not fake. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's strange strength, the two women somewhat believed Yi Qinghan's words. However, Yi Qinghan did not believe it at all. In her heart, she still felt that Yi Qinghan was pretending. She even suspected that Yi Qinghan's strength was also a disguise. Deep down, she always believed that there was no good man, and men who knew how to pretend were even worse. Everyone, stop! Yi Qinghan, who was running at high speed, suddenly stopped, and her expression became incomparably solemn. Then, she suddenly retreated, returning to the group's side. She also unsheathed the silver sword in her hand, and turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "There are 5 warriors in front of us, their strength unknown. However, their speed is very fast, and the weakest is a peak heavenly god." Yi Qinghan was also slightly stunned. His eyes narrowed as he quickly took out the slaughter god blade from his back. At the very least, a peak heavenly god? If that was the case, then his team's speed would definitely be faster than theirs. He could only wait and see. Xiao! Not long after, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded, and 5 black shadows rushed over. Obviously, they had discovered them, and were rushing straight for them. "Wow, big brother, there are more than 10 beautiful girls. Huh, I like this cold one. The strongest is only a peak heavenly god? When did such a group of martial artists come to the Een Fiend stream? Oh, right, it's the team that came in not long ago, right?" Before they could even see who it was, a few arrogant voices rang out. Yi Qinghan's divine sense secretly swept over and saw 5 tall and sturdy giants. All of them were more than 2 meters tall and had explosive muscles all over their bodies. All of them were bald and had a full beard on their chin. They looked like a group of bandits. "What should we do? Lord Yi?" Yi Qinrao's divine sense was stronger than Yi Qinghan's. She immediately detected the strength of these people and heard their blatant desire to possess them. Her face turned ugly as she quickly tugged on Yi Qinghan's robe and transmitted a message to him. Bing Yu and the rest looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously. At this moment, only Yi Qinghan could save them. "Don't move and don't make a sound. I will deal with them. Remember, if they want to attack, you have to cooperate with me." Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes as he tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. "Who is the team leader? Get out here." One of the 5 people in the middle spoke. This person had a pair of triangular eyes, and one look was enough to tell that he was a ruthless person. His tone was also very impolite. Yi Qinghan checked and realized that he could not tell the strength of the triangular eyes person in the middle. He estimated that he was at least a stage 1 god general. The rest were all peak heavenly gods. It seemed like these were the demon hunting teams from the Blue Dragon ancient castle. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He turned the slaughter god blade around and held it with both hands. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "I am the team leader. May I know what instructions you have for me?" "You are the team leader?" The triangular eyes man was slightly surprised. This person's strength was the lowest among them, but he was the team leader. This made him slightly wary. "Yes, these are my cheap wives. My father is a god king. Back then, he bought me more than 10 concubines. They are all my sex slaves." Yi Qinhan did not even look at Yi Qianrao and the rest behind him as he spouted nonsense. His expression was extremely flattering, and his face was full of smiles. He looked like a weakling. Humph. So you are still a dog **T young master. The triangular-eyed man slightly relaxed his vigilance and began to size up the woman behind Yi Qinhan. Then, a lewd smile appeared on his face as he pointed at Yi Qinhan. You can scram now, but leave your woman behind. The moment the triangular-eyes man said that, Yi Qianrao and the rest's expressions changed. This person's strength was definitely at the God General realm. If Yi Qinhan did not care, they would definitely die. Furthermore, they would die in the most humiliating way of being raped and killed. My lord, this won't do. When Yi Qinhan heard that, he immediately put on a bitter expression. When he saw the 5 of them hearing his words, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was so scared that his body started to tremble. He waved his hands and said in fear, My lord, look at my strength. Without their protection, I will definitely die. Why don't my lord bring me along? I will let you play with them. My father has already placed a soul contract on them. They will not resist no matter what I ask them to do. Is that so? When they heard Yi Qinhan's words, the 5 of them calmed down. They looked at each other and smiled lewdly. However, a vicious glint flashed across their eyes. One of them laughed. You're quite smart, kid. You can tell that my big brother is a god general. It will be very safe for you to follow us. Fine. Let your women come over and give us a good time. Then you can follow us from now on. This is good, this is good. Thank you, my lords. When Yi Qinhan heard this, his face lit up with joy. He quickly bowed and nodded to the 5 and cupped his hands in thanks. Then, he turned to Yi Qianrao and the rest and said coldly, What are you standing around for? Hurry up and serve my lords. When Yi Qianrao and the rest saw Yi Qinhan's expression, they became extremely indignant. However, they did not resist. They twisted their waists and threw away the weapons in their hands as they walked towards the 5 of them shyly and indignantly. My lords, my name is Yi Qinhan. Let me introduce to you. Do you see that woman? She is from the cat lady race. Her body is soft and boneless. She is the most suitable for playing with old tree roots. I guarantee that you will not taste meat for 3 years. This is a fox lady. Yi Qinhan had a wretched smile on his face as he walked in front of the 5 of them. He even held the slaughter god blade under his armpit. At the same time, he glared at Yi Qianrao and the rest and shouted angrily, What's with your expressions? Smile at my lords. Also, why are you standing there like idiots? Take off your clothes. Chapter 507. Not bad. Not bad. Yi Qinhan's performance caused the 5 of them to let down their guard. They did not care about a second-stage heaven god like Yi Qinhan at all. However, they could not be blamed for this. The strongest person present was a peak-stage heaven god. That god general could easily kill her with a flip of his hand. This was especially so for Yi Yaorao and the others. They began to slowly take off their white clothes, revealing their snow-white skin. Their eyes were filled with intoxication and thirst, and their lower bodies were visibly swollen. This was the moment. Yi Qinhan suddenly narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes as his lips curled into a sinister smile. He activated his shadow step at high speed and his body lit up with a bewitching purple light. The slaughter god blade turned into a bolt of lightning and created a whirlwind as it slashed towards the triangular-eyed expert in the middle. Chi! The wind rose and the blade fell. As expected, the slaughter god blade landed heavily on the triangular-eyed expert's head. Moreover, as they were so close to each other, his soul spirit was affected a little. He only had time to move his head slightly to the side and raise the weapon in his hand. The slaughter god blade had already landed on his head, and a black light lit up. The soul spirit in his mind only froze for a short while before it was sucked into the slaughter god blade's black light. Once the soul spirit was destroyed, the god general was dead. As for the 4 peak stage heaven gods, it was much simpler. When the god general was killed, their soul spirit was still in a state of chaos. The slaughter god blade turned and slid across their necks. 4 heads floated in the air and landed on the ground. 4 pairs of eyes were still fixated on the moment they saw Yi Yao Rao and the rest taking off their clothes. Their eyes were filled with lust. Yi Yao Rao and the 12 women knew that Yi Qinghan was very powerful. However, in the blink of an eye, he killed a god general and 4 peak stage heaven gods in an instant. She stood there dumbfounded, even forgetting to close the robe that she had taken off halfway. Half of her body was exposed, and she looked at Yi Qinghan with a dazzled look. "What's that? If you don't close your clothes, I'm afraid my old habit will act up again. Don't blame me if I violate you at that time." Yi Qinghan chuckled and gazed deeply at Yi Yao Rao's perfect half-naked body. He collected the god crystal and the 5 spatial rings that were floating in the air. Then, he took out 2 peak heavenly god divine crystals and a spatial ring and tossed them to Yi Yao Rao. When Yi Qinghan and the others heard Yi Qinghan's teasing, they immediately felt as if their faces were on fire. Even Yi Qinghan, who always had a cold expression on her face, couldn't help but blush. She quickly put on her clothes and only recovered after a long time. Seeing Yi Qinghan toss over 2 divine crystals and a space ring, he asked in confusion, "Lord Yi, what are you doing? This is your bonus. Without your meticulous performance, we wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Take it. Since we are working together, of course there will be bonus." Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. He had struck it big this time. A god general's interspatial ring would definitely contain countless treasures and divine stones. What's more, just 2 heaven god divine crystals and 1 god general divine crystal would be worth 1,000,000 divine stones. It was no wonder there were so many god bandits in the divine realm. Ah! Yi Yao Rao's expression only revealed a sliver of surprise. However, the 12 ladies of the Ice Rain divine crystal were screaming in excitement. A peak stage heaven god divine crystal was good stuff. Every piece was worth a lot of money. As a peak stage heaven god, there would definitely be a lot of wealth in their interspatial rings. Yi Qinghan had actually given them so casually. According to Yi Yao Rao's character, she would definitely split the treasures equally among them. The divine stones that each of them would receive would definitely not be a small amount. At that moment, the 12 ladies looked at Yi Qinghan with a different look in their eyes. There was even a hint of passion in them. Although Yi Qinghan looked like a pervert, he had not done anything overboard. What's more, if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan just now, they would have been in a terrible state. Now, not only had he saved them, but he had also received a large sum of divine stones. How could they not be excited? Even Yi Yao Rao was beginning to suspect that her initial impression of Yi Qinghan had been a little too extreme. Could Yi Qinghan be a good man that was about to go extinct in the world? However, a moment later, she saw Yi Qinghan's gaze pausing on her chest as he revealed a dazed look. He immediately rejected the idea he had just now. She snorted coldly as she turned and ran into the distance. At the same time, she shouted, "My lord, have you seen enough? Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for their comrades to come after you?" He. Lord Yi is leaving. Although Bing Shue's name was very cold, she was the most open-minded among the group of ladies. At that moment, she saw Yi Qinghan being startled by Yi Yao Rao's cold snort. Her face was full of embarrassment as she threw him a flirtatious look. She reached out and pulled Yi Qinghan's arm. Her full breasts pretended to carelessly touch Yi Qinghan's arm. Then, she chased after Yi Yao Rao with a smile on her face. In the afternoon, the team was very lucky to not encounter any more demons, devils, or martial artists. After a few days of treacherous journey, the 12 ladies gradually stopped frowning. Instead, they started to talk and laugh. They were very clear. They could die at any time in this place. Whether they could survive or not depended entirely on their luck and character. Because of the existence of Yi Qinghan and Yi Yao Rao, they now had a backbone. They decided not to worry so much, and their moods were much more relaxed. Yi Yaorao was scouting ahead. Her divine sense was always covering a radius of a few thousand meters. There was no other way. Her divine sense was the strongest in this place. She was duty-bound to carry out this scouting mission. Although Yi Qinghan was being led by Bing Yu and Bing Shui, he forcefully suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. He quietly followed the rest of the group as they wandered in the desert. He was thinking about the battle in the morning. In this place, he had lost Elder Lu's help and the guarantee of safety from the carefree pavilion. After a few days of experience, he understood. He was no longer the invincible Yi Qinghan of the Flame Dragon continent. In this place, he could die at any time. Hence, he was thinking about how to improve his strength in the shortest time possible so that he could deal with the upcoming dangerous situation. Strength was divided into many aspects: attack, defense, movement speed, divine power, and divine sense. There was no need to consider attack and defense for now. These aspects were very difficult to improve. If he wanted to improve it, he would have to rely on his understanding of the laws. However, he did not have the time to cultivate the laws now. Furthermore, because of the existence of the Slaughter God Blade, his attack power had reached a terrifying level. Hence, he did not need Cowley to increase his attack power for now. As for defense, he had always believed that attack power was the best defense. Hence, the only things he could improve now were his movement speed, divine power, and divine sense. Divine sense was very important. It allowed him to discover the enemy earlier and formulate a battle plan. Whether to fight or to escape, how to fight, etc. However, divine sense was linked to the soul spirit. Cultivating the soul spirit was not something that could be improved in a short time. Hence, there was no need to consider this. To increase his divine power, he needed spirit herbs and to meditate. At this moment, he was in constant danger. Even if he had the courage to buy spirit herbs, he would not dare to meditate. Hence, the only thing he could consider was his movement speed. Movement speed was very important. This place was very dangerous. If he was fast enough, he could at least escape. At the very least, he had to think of a way to increase his speed to be slightly faster than the demons. This way, if Yi Yaorao died in battle or separated from him, he would still have the ability to escape. However, movement speed was linked to the strength of one's divine power. The stronger one's divine power, the faster one's movement speed would be. The divine world's spatial restrictions were very strong. Hence, flying was much slower than running. Hence, unless one reached the God King realm or had a deep understanding of the spatial laws, no one would choose to fly. What he cultivated was the spatial laws. If he had a deep understanding of the spatial laws, his speed would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. However, he did not have the time to comprehend it now. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan felt that he had reached a dead end. What a headache! Yi Qinghan raised his hand and wanted to rub his temples out of habit. However, his left hand accidentally touched Bing Shui's perky breasts. This caused Bing Shui to roll her eyes again. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. A trace of craftiness flashed across her eyes. She slightly puffed out her chest and teased him. Lord Yi, are you unable to control yourself this time? Or are you being careless? Chapter 508. Well, I must be careless. Of course, if you continue to seduce me, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself next time. Yi Qinghan smiled. He was very familiar with the wind matrix, so he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he had not touched a woman for so long in the divinity realm, so he was itching to do it. Oh! Your Excellency, stop joking. It's very dangerous here. Bing Shui burst into laughter. She did not dare to tease Yi Qinghan anymore. It was so dangerous here. She became serious again and lowered her head to avoid looking at Yi Qinghan. But when she saw his strange steps, she could not help asking the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Your steps are so strange, Your Excellency. Can you tell me what kind of secret skill it is? Shadow step. It can help me dodge the enemy's attack in a small area, Yi Qinghan took a look at Bingshue's proud breasts and explained. In his heart, however, he was secretly thinking that if he could return to the castle alive, it seemed that he could have a friendly match with her and have a spiritual and physical intercourse or something. However, speaking of the shadow step, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There seemed to be 3 levels of shadow step, and he had only comprehended the first and the second level. The second level was almost like teleportation, which could not be used in the divinity realm. Where was the third level, so close, yet worlds apart? If he succeeded in cultivating it, would his movement speed be faster? Ever since he had mastered the second level of shadow step, Yi Qinghan had never had the time to practice the third level, so close, yet worlds apart. Later on, when he reached the god tier and learned how to teleport, there was even less need for him to practice the third level. Now, in the divinity realm, the binding force of space and gravity were too strong, so flying was a problem, let alone teleportation. Only then did Yi Qinghan think of so close, yet worlds apart. Shadow Step was created by Yi Ruoxue, but she had not mastered the third level. Because when Yi Ruoxue created the Shadow Step, she had already reached the deity level. With the ability to teleport, there was no need for her to cultivate so close, yet worlds apart. Thus, he had only proposed this theory for the clan's disciples to ponder over and comprehend it themselves. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't sure whether or not he would be able to cultivate the so near, yet worlds apart in the end, he still decided to give it a try. This was the best time to train in it. Now, he was running all the time, and when he was training in Shadow Step, he would be running all day. Shadow Step was actually a simple application of the space law. Back then, he had comprehended the second level of Shadow Step, shift transposition, and stepped into the door of the space law to reach the Emperor realm. Although Yi Qinghan had comprehended 3 out of the 5 basic profound mysteries of the laws of space, comprehending this simple Shadow Step was still a piece of cake for him. For the next few days, Yi Qinghan was completely immersed in cultivation. Along the way, they encountered a few demons and a group of demons. When they encountered demon Yi Yaorao, they immediately ran away. When they encountered demons, they immediately started fighting. The slaughter god's saber danced chaotically as it swept across the area. After that, they continued to immerse themselves in the cultivation of so near, yet worlds apart. Did Lord Yi change his sex these few days? He actually didn't harass you guys? That's right. What's wrong with Lord Yi these few days? He doesn't seem to be cultivating. He is always silent, and he would occasionally laugh foolishly. I think he is cultivating a type of secret technique. Look at his footsteps, they are becoming more and more mysterious. It is definitely a very mysterious and powerful secret technique. On the contrary, I feel that Lord Ye's current expression is very charming. He is so strong, and he is a good person. Bingxue, you have to make good use of him. Yi Qinghan's strange behavior caused the 12 women to make guesses. They watched as Yi Qinghan remained silent all day. Occasionally, he would nod his head as though he was deep in thought. Occasionally, he would even laugh foolishly. His footsteps were becoming more and more mysterious. Sometimes, his movements would even cause everyone's eyes to blur. They couldn't help but start to discuss while they were walking in boredom. As for Bingxue and Bingyu, they had gotten used to Yi Qinghan's molestation and harassment. Now, Yi Qinghan's sudden change made the two slightly uncomfortable. What is this guy doing? Humph. He is so mysterious. He must be planning something bad again. Yi Qianrao was also very puzzled by Yi Qinghan's strange behavior. However, she didn't think much about it. Instead, she became even more vigilant against him. She was also very anxious. It had been almost 10 days, but they still hadn't found Niu Yaohua and the others. Although these days were more daunting than dangerous, they couldn't find the way back to the ancient castle if they couldn't find them. She had been using her divine sense for such a long time. She was mentally and physically exhausted. Someone is here. It seems like they are fighting. Suddenly, her spirit tightened, and her face instantly became dignified. Her figure paused, and she waved her hand to signal the people behind her to stop and prepare for battle. However, her divine sense radiated to the greatest extent, and began to explore. Yi Qinghan was woken up by Bing Yu's call. He looked at Bing Yu in surprise and smirked. "What's the matter, beauty? Did you miss me?" "My lord." Bing Yu was not as open as Bing Xue. She said shyly, "There is a situation in front." "Oh." Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qianrao, who had a serious expression on her face. He pulled out the slaughter god saber from his back and sent a voice transmission over. "What's the matter?" "Yi Qianrao. What's the situation?" "There are two groups of people fighting in front. It is too far away and I can't see what is going on." Yi Qianrao looked back and sent a voice transmission over. "All of you wait here. I will go and investigate. If I don't come back in 5 minutes, all of you will leave with Yi Qianrao." Yi Qinghan knew what Yi Qianrao was worried about. There were two groups of people in front of them. It was possible that one of them was on their side. However, she didn't dare to go near to investigate. If those two groups didn't have any people on their side, it was very likely that they would cause trouble for themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a faintly discernible footwork. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he flew forward. He actually formed many afterimages, which were similar to the Hua family's afterimage clone technique. However, his speed was still as fast as before. It was obvious that he hadn't mastered so close, yet worlds apart. Or perhaps it was useless in the divine realm and couldn't increase his speed. "You guard them. I will go and investigate. If I don't come back in a while, you can bring them away." In a few breaths, Yi Qinghan arrived beside Yi Qianrao. He looked at her cold and elegant face and smiled faintly. Yi Qianrao was very clear that if Yi Qinghan went to investigate, it would be better. On the surface, his strength was only at the second stage of the heaven god realm. Those two groups definitely wouldn't take him seriously. However, it was still very dangerous because his speed was too slow. If someone wanted to kill him, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Looking at Yi Qinghan's delicate face and the gentle smile in his eyes, she couldn't help but feel a strange feeling welling up in her heart. She nodded and said, "All right, you, be careful." "Oh. The icy beauty actually knows how to care about people?" Yi Qinghan exclaimed in surprise. When he saw Yi Qianrao's expression turn cold again, he quickly smiled and his body turned into several afterimages as he flew forward. At the same time, he started to extend his divine sense forward. "Yi Qianrao, hurry up and bring people over. Prepare for battle. It's Niu Huahua, Niu Patian, and the others. Let's go and help them." Damn it, how did they offend so many experts? After a while, Yi Qinghan's voice transmission jolted Yi Qianrao. A hint of joy also appeared on her cold face. The silver sword in her hand danced in the air, emitting a cold aura. After sending a voice transmission to Bing Yu and the others, she turned into a flood dragon and flew forward. Chapter 509. Wait. Yi Qinghao. Yi Qinghao had just taken a few steps forward when Yi Qinghan's voice transmission came again. Then, she realized that Yi Qinghan had started to turn around and run back. What's going on? Yi Qinghao looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. She did not know what he was doing. Send a voice transmission to Bing Xue and the rest. Tell them not to come over first. Yi Qinghan did not say much. Instead, he pulled Yi Qinghao's hand and started to run to the side. Although Yi Qinghan was a little angry that Yi Qinghan had suddenly grabbed her hand, she did not resist. She knew that Yi Qinghan would definitely not take advantage of her for no reason. Thus, she obediently sent a voice transmission to Bing Xue and the rest to wait. After walking for 1,000 meters, Yi Qinghan suddenly took the slaughter god blade and made a cut on his arm. Then, he wiped the blood on Yi Qinghao's face and body. He did not hesitate to mess with Yi Qinghao's clothes and hair, making them look very messy. What are you doing? Yi Qinghao was shocked by Yi Qinghan's sudden self-mutilation. By the time she reacted, she was already in a very sorry state. She could not help but stare angrily at Yi Qinghan. I don't have time to explain. Right now, Lady Fireworks and the rest are in danger. You have to cooperate with me and create an opportunity for me to sneak an attack. Later on, you will. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then, he started to send a voice transmission to Yi Qinghao. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Bingxue and the rest. Then, he turned to look at Yi Qinghao and said, Do you understand? You are too sinister. Being your enemy is a very painful thing. Yi Qinghao looked at the sinister smile on Yi Qinghan's face. Her body trembled and she felt a cold breeze blowing on her back. Hee hee. Let's go. Remember to act well. Yi Qinghan laughed and immediately turned around. He carried Yi Qinghao on his back and started to run towards the center of the battlefield. As expected, Yi Qinghan was secretly surprised when he felt the cold air coming from the slightly coy and delicate body on his back. This Yi Yao Rao's entire body was icy cold. However, this kind of cold air did not hurt anyone. Instead, it gave off a comfortable feeling, as if one was touching cold jade. As he ran, Yi Qinghan could feel the shocking sensation of the delicate body on his back and the soft thigh that was wrapped around her. The evil thoughts in his heart began to surge uncontrollably. In ancient times, there was a fusion of yin and yang. Now that he was fusing with Yi Yao Rao, this was the true fusion of yin and yang, the fusion of water and fire. He did not know what kind of ecstasy it would feel like when his hot body entered her cold, winding path. Lord Yi, you seem to have suffered from qi deviation again. Rushing over like this, are you prepared to die? Yi Yao Rao lay on Yi Qinghan's back, feeling a masculine aura that she hadn't felt in a long time. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. Then, she felt that Yi Qinghan's body was getting hotter and hotter. His breathing also became slightly hurried. The hand that was originally wrapped around her thigh also began to move towards the inside of her thigh. Her expression immediately became extremely ugly. She almost raised her silver sword and stabbed Yi Qinghan. She let out a long breath and suppressed the anger and shame in her heart. She gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan. Huh? Really? I'm sorry, the evil thoughts in my heart have been getting stronger and stronger recently. It looks like I need to properly stabilize my state of mind. I'm very sorry, Miss Yi Qinghan. Believe me, I definitely did not do it on purpose. Yi Qinghan hurriedly withdrew his stealthily moving hand and spoke in a very serious manner. However, he secretly made a decision in his heart. If he could return to the ancient castle this time, he would definitely vent the evil thoughts in his heart. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer from qi deviation if he continued like this. You two bastards, you won't be able to escape. Hey, evil creatures, where do you think you're going? Put down the treasures and I'll spare your lives. After Yi Qinghan and the others had walked for a while, Bing Yu and the others were running towards them. However, all of them were holding weapons in their hands, their faces filled with anger. All of them looked around and finally locked onto Yi Qinghan and Bing Yu, shouting in surprise and anger. It was obvious that this was a self-directed play by Yi Qinghan. His goal was to create an opportunity for him to launch a sneak attack. Niu Patian was very anxious and angry. Looking at the martial artists that were coldly surrounding them, as well as the dozens of corpses on the ground, his heart felt like it was on fire. That day when they were besieged by the demons, Niu Huahua had used up most of her divine power and soul force to release the fury of thunder, opening up a temporary safe passage for everyone. A small portion of the martial artists had escaped. These past few days, they had been constantly roaming around, looking for martial artists that had luckily escaped. Nearly 100 people had gathered. But today, these 100 people had only been fighting for an hour and half of them had already died. They hadn't died to the demonic aura, hadn't died to the claws of the demonic humans, but had died to the demonic hunters. They hadn't died to the foreign races, but to the blades of their own race. Hand over that young girl. Otherwise, your entire army will be annihilated today. Ha! The other side's leader was a short martial artist with dark gold eyes. A thick dark gold tail grew from his back, and his hands were abnormally thick, like two eagle claws. Neopodian recognized him at a glance. This person was one of the ancient races of the god realm, the Wipwa tribe. As one of the ancient races, the Wipwa tribe and Nyohuahua's race had been enemies for generations. He easily recognized Nyohuahua, who was lying on Nyopotion's back. He also knew the importance of Nyohuahua's body, so he decisively ordered his subordinates to attack and snatch Nyohuahua. Nyohuahua's race was very ancient, and there were very few descendants left. Moreover, Nyohuahua's appearance was similar to that of a very powerful race in the god realm, the Thunder tribe. Most people wouldn't be able to recognize her true identity. However, they didn't expect to encounter the Wipwa tribe, which was also on the verge of extinction. Most importantly, this person was a peak godly general Wipwa tribe expert, and he had more than 20 godly generals with him. Uncle Podian, hand me over to them. You guys run. We won't be able to escape. Nyohuahua's lips curled into a bitter smile, and her face was very pale. She had expended a great deal of her divine power and soul power to unleash her thunder fury. Then, she had been seriously injured in a battle, and now she couldn't even muster a trace of energy. She was well aware of the strength of the Wipwa tribe, and that if they continued to fight, the dozens of people around her would all die. No one would be able to escape. Although the other side didn't have many people, they were all godly generals. They only had 10 godly generals on their side, and 3 of them were already injured. Most importantly, their leader was a peak godly general Wipwa tribe expert. Not only were the Wipwa tribe extremely strong in attack and defense, but they were also much faster than martial artists of the same realm. There was no way they could escape. Miss, what are you talking about? You can't die. Master is still trapped in the dragon extermination pool, waiting for you to become stronger and rescue him. You still have many important things to do, and you haven't reclaimed the glory that belongs to you. How can you die like this? We won't let you die even if we have to die. Nyopotion's eyes were bloodshot, and he was like an angry wild beast. His body trembled, and he bent over, panting. He didn't even look back as he growled at Nyohuahua, whose face was as pale as snow, on his back. It's useless, uncle. The Wipwa tribe is too fast, and you are no match for them. We can't escape, we can't escape. Father, Huahua, is useless. I might have to go first. Nyohuahua smiled sadly, and murmured in a daze. Her pale face was full of despair. It seems that you won't give up until you see the coffin. Kill them. The leader of the Wipwa tribe slammed his long tail, which was as thick as an iron whip, heavily on the ground, creating a deep trench. He waved his claw-like hand, and the 20 or so god generals who had surrounded the group sneered at the same time. Their divine power surged, and they surrounded the group. Swish! At this moment, a figure came running from afar, and it caught everyone's attention. Both sides smiled when they saw who it was. Neopodian and the others smiled bitterly, while the group led by the Wipwa tribe smiled mockingly. Yi Qinghan's running figure suddenly came to a halt, and his face was full of shock. Yi Yaorao, who was pretending to be seriously injured, looked as pale as snow, just like someone who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. F***CK. More than 20 god generals? This is too much. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. At this moment, he had the urge to turn around and leave. He originally wanted to rescue them, but now, he and Yi Yaorao were trapped. Sneak attack. Sneak attack. Sneak attack my ass. They were all god generals, and the god general with the tail had an extremely terrifying aura. Even if he just stood there and let him kill him, it would be difficult to kill him. Chapter 5:10. What do we do, Mistress Yi? Are we still acting? Or running? Although Yi Qinrao's voice was still cold, there was a slight tremor in it. She was clearly nervous, or perhaps afraid. If they didn't save Niu Yaohua and the others, their tree would fall, and they wouldn't be able to survive in baleful Yin stream. But, if they wanted to save them, what could they do? Although Yi Qinghan could instantly kill a god general with a sneak attack, there were more than 20 god generals present. If they attacked, they would definitely become the focus of the group of god generals. No matter how strong Yi Qinghan was, he would still die in the end. I don't know what to do either. Yi Qinghan was also confused. He had thought that Niu Patian and the others were fighting and that they could sneak up on them to help. Now, he realized that wasn't the case. Niu Patian and the others were at an absolute disadvantage and were about to be killed. If he led his men in now, he would be sending a few more people to their deaths. What are you two waiting for? Let's go. Niu Patian handed Niu Yaohua over to a god general beside him. He shook his spear and charged toward a god general who was attacking them. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Qianrao and Yi Qinghan, ordering them to run. Ha! Sirs, we are just passing by. Just passing by. Continue, we'll be leaving first. When Yi Qinghan heard Niu Potion's transmission, a charming smile appeared on his face. He nodded and bowed to the group, then carried Yi Qianrao on his back and ran. It was clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Transmit a message to Bingxue and the others. Tell them to head to the left. Yi Qianrao didn't hesitate when she heard Yi Qinghan's transmission. Bingxue and the others were scared out of their wits. They quickly turned and ran. Cowards. Useless. You have no sense of brotherhood. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao had decisively fled. Although the people of the firework tribe felt that this was the best choice and that there was nothing wrong with them running away, most of them still felt slightly uncomfortable in their hearts. They started to despise them and some of them even cursed under their breaths. This was not to say that they were all vile people. Their characters were bad. This was just a natural thought born from the selfish instinct in their hearts. Selfishness was the root of human nature. They were all members of the same tribe, but they were about to die. They couldn't even run away. Seeing Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan turn around and run without any hesitation, they would naturally feel extremely unbalanced. Naturally, they would feel resentful and uncomfortable. They had thought of escaping, but those who tried to escape were mercilessly killed by the surrounding god generals. The remaining people were basically all peak heavenly gods and third-level heavenly gods. Against a heavenly general powerhouse, they had no chance of escaping. He only stayed close to Niu Patian, hoping for a miracle to happen. The experts led by the Wipwa tribe were probably worried that Niu Patian and the others would counterattack or self-detonate when they were in a desperate situation. Therefore, they did not attack too fiercely. They just kept moving around and killing silently. As for the escape of Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao, as well as the dozen or so heavenly gods behind Yi Qinghan, they only glanced at them briefly. They did not pay any more attention to them. To them, they were just small fries that they had no interest in or time to care about. Niu Potion's spear transformed into a raging dragon as he led everyone in attacking a certain direction, trying to break through the encirclement. Then, he would take advantage of the chaos to escape with Niu Patian and the others. Although he knew that the chances were slim, did they have any other choice but to fight? The more anxious Niu Patian and the others became, the calmer the god general surrounding them became. They kept moving around, easily killing the firework tribe's martialists while maintaining the encirclement. As time passed, the number of people in the firework tribe decreased. Of the 10 god generals, only 7 were left. Of the dozens of heavenly gods, less than 30 were left. Take care, Mississippi Niu Midi and Niu Mietian will go first. Lord Patian, prepare to break through. The 2 god generals under Niu Patian looked at the sneering enemies around them and the martialist from the Wipwa tribe. The smile in their dark golden eyes became more and more intense. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. With a crazed look in their eyes, they suddenly shot in the opposite direction. The white battle armor on their bodies began to emit raging flames. They actually burned the divine crystal. They were prepared to self-detonate to create an opening in the encirclement so that Niu Yaohua would have a chance to escape. Bang! Bang! 2 violent explosions rang out, and a huge shockwave accompanied by 2 mushroom clouds rose into the sky, sweeping out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. After the 2 of them shot out, Neopatian immediately carried Niu Yaohua and sent a voice transmission to everyone to lie down. However, the people from the Wipwa tribe were all sent flying by the shockwave caused by the sudden explosion. Several god generals started to bleed in the air. They were either dead or seriously injured. Charge! Neopatian carried Niu Yaohua on his back. He shook his head to get rid of the dust on his head and turned into a flood dragon. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, he charged straight ahead. Everyone couldn't care less about their deafening eardrums or their injuries. They followed Neopatian as fast as they could. Bang! Amidst the hazy smoke and dust, a huge tail that was as thick and long as an iron whip swept over. Wherever the dark golden whip swept past, space trembled. The smoke and dust in the air twisted with the turbulence caused by the huge whip. It was a frightening sight. Neopatian's figure had just risen up when the iron whip hit his chest and sent him flying. As for the cultivators behind him, they were swept away as well. Blood mist sprayed out from the air, filling the air with smoke and dust as they slowly fell to the ground. You want to escape? Even if all of you self-detonate today, you won't be able to escape. Surrender. I only want this girl once. I promise I won't hurt any of you. How about that? When the dust settled, the peak god general of the Wa tribe stood proudly. He stared at Niu Yaohua with his dark golden eyes full of desire. Although his body was short, at this moment, he was like a towering demon god, undefeatable. Cough. Cough. Let them go. I will stay. Otherwise, I will be the next one to self-detonate. A delicate face struggled to poke its head out from behind Neopatian. Her pale face was covered in dust, and she looked a little pathetic. However, her beautiful eyes were unusually firm as she stared at the Wa tribe powerhouse. Her voice was so weak that it made one's heart ache. Cough. Miss. No. Neopatian tried his best to suppress the blood that was surging up his chest. At the same time, he controlled his body so that it wouldn't tremble so badly. He shook his head and looked at Niu Yaohua as he roared. Divine General Patian, this is an order. Unless you want me to self-detonate now. Niu Yaohua glanced at Neopatian coldly and stood up with difficulty. Her soft body was filled with an irresistible firmness. The Wa tribe powerhouse laughed heartily. He waved his hand to make way for his subordinates. Then, he smiled and said, "Ha ha. Good. Good. You can all scram now. Let's go." Niu Yaohua's frail body swayed as if she would collapse at any moment. However, her tone became even more firm and decisive. Swish. Miss Yaohua, take care. Neopatian didn't leave, nor did the remaining god generals. However, the heavenly celestial martialists of the firework tribe who were lucky enough to survive didn't hesitate at all. All of them shouted and ran forward without looking back. However, they didn't get far before they turned around and ran back in fear. Their speed was even faster than when they had run away. Damn it. Why are there so many demons here? There are a few demons here. F***ck. They were attracted by those two just now. I should have killed them. Damn it. The strange movements of the fleeing people attracted the attention of the Wa tribe and everyone else present. They used their divine senses to check and discovered that Yi Qinghan, Yi Yao Rao, and more than 10 women were running in their direction. Behind them were a large group of demons and a few demons. Everyone was immediately surrounded. Chapter 5:11. Miss, wait, don't do anything stupid. See if there's a chance. It's not too late to do something stupid. Remember, you're not the only one who lives. Neopatian's face flushed as he looked at the chaotic scene. This was not a sign of injury, but excitement. His eyes were also shining as he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Niu Yanhua. At the same time, he turned to look at the other god generals and smiled. They knew very well that this was an opportunity. The more chaotic the situation was, the more likely Niu Yanhua would have a chance to escape. Send 15 people to deal with the demons and demons. Kill all of them while you're at it. The rest of you and I will deal with these god generals. Remember, don't kill them, just seriously injure them. If there's a chance, seal their divine crystals. Rage appeared on the faces of the Wu tribe's experts. They were about to succeed in the favorable situation that they had created. Now, it was ruined by a dozen trash. How could he not be furious? Actually, with their strength, killing Neopatian and the others was a piece of cake. However, it was very troublesome to capture Niu Yanhua alive and seal his divine crystal. This was because any cultivator could self-detonate. If they did not seal the divine crystal and capture the cultivator alive, they would have wasted all their efforts. Everyone, run. There are 2 demon kings coming from behind. If we don't run, we'll all die. Sirs, I've already sent you a message. Please save us, take us with you. Just at this moment, a panicked voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. It also scared everyone. Demon kings were powerful beings that even the expert of the Wu tribe had no confidence in dealing with. Now, there were 2 of them. Sirs, please save us. There are really 2 pitch-black demons holding iron chains behind us. Many people have died over there. They'll probably catch up soon. The person who had shouted just now, a woman covered in blood, also shouted. Her expression was full of fear and despair. The baleful Een stream is exploding. Everyone is finished. Many people have died. Many people have died here too. Our captain is dead. On the other side, the dozen or so women in front of the demon dweller army also shouted. All of them were in a sorry state, and their faces were filled with panic. Even their footsteps were slightly trembling as they ran. Swish, swish, swish. The faces of all the people on the Wu tribe's side turned pale at the same time, and their bodies suddenly stopped moving. They seemed to be in a dilemma as to whether they should continue fighting or flee. If the real Demon King came, if they did not flee now, they might all be wiped out. Although they had never seen the Demon King before, the woman's description seemed to be convincing enough. Boss, retreat. If there really is a Demon King, we will all die. Boss, we still have a chance to catch this woman in the future. Let's retreat for now. Some people began to speak. They were afraid of the Wu tribe's powerful strength and the prestige they had built up in their hearts. They did not choose to run away immediately. Instead, they began to ask questions. Although they sounded like they were trying to persuade the Wu tribe, it was easy to tell that they were afraid. The Wu tribe powerhouse was trembling with anger. His huge dark golden tail swept a god general away. He glared at the god generals who had spoken and cursed, "Bastard, I will be the first to kill whoever dares to run. Don't believe their nonsense. Kill them." This was a good opportunity. Niu Potion's eyes lit up when he saw the person who had spoken shoot him a look. He knew this person. He was from the Fireworks tribe. If he remembered correctly, his name was Yi Qinghan or something. The woman beside him was even more familiar. She was the famous ice beauty of the tribe, Yi Yaorao. Although the people who had shouted behind him looked very real, they all glanced at him with an indescribable look in their eyes. Neopatian instantly understood what Yi Qinghan and the others meant. He quickly carried Neopatian on his back again. With a shake of his spear, divine light flashed and the sky was filled with spear shadows. He charged forward. A crazed smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Brothers, let's fight it out with them. Attack them with all your might. Hold them back. Since we can't escape, let's die together. Let's die together. Kill." Although the surviving god generals of the Fireworks tribe didn't know what was going on, when they saw Neopatian like this, they all went crazy. They unleashed their divine power and attacked the enemy without any regard for their lives. Damn it, we're going to die anyway. Let's fight it out. If I can drag a god general down with me, then my trip to the immortal realm won't be in vain. Die, die. Where are you going, you bastard? Let's die together. Neo Potion's provocations and crazy attacks made the heavenly gods of the fireworks tribe even crazier. Instead, the heavenly gods of the fireworks tribe who had just fled became even crazier. They had been teleported from the fireworks tribe to the dancing Phoenix City and finally to this land of death. They were under tremendous pressure every minute and every second of their lives. They were constantly worried that they would die in the next second. They were in a precarious situation and drifted with the flow. They watched as the people around them died one by one. Of the thousands of people in the fireworks tribe, only a few dozen were left. Their hearts were on the brink of collapse. At this moment, knowing that there was no way to survive, many of them started to go crazy. Some of them even started to burn with blazing flames as they pounced on those terrified immortal generals with a cruel smile. Bang! Bang! As a few loud explosions rang out, countless people were thrown into the air. The battlefield became completely chaotic. At this moment, many of the Whip Tribe god generals began to panic. They were all Immortal Realm warriors who had violated the iron law of the Immortal Realm. However, they had been sent to the baleful stream together with the Whip Tribe experts. The Whip Tribe was the strongest, so they became the leaders of the team. After a few battles, they were used to listening to the Whip Tribe's orders. But now, many of them began to waver. After all, this team of theirs was only formed temporarily. They weren't very loyal. Without any benefits and in the face of a life-and-death crisis, many people naturally had the mentality of betrayal. F***ck, I don't care anymore. You're sending your brothers to die for a woman. F***ck off. Brothers, retreat. Finally, some people couldn't take it anymore. The Whip Tribe experts didn't care about their lives for their own selfish desires. Their subordinates were finally dissatisfied. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the team's divine generals had died, including the ones who had just died. 7 or 8 god generals had died in order to capture a young girl who didn't seem to be of age. Although they all knew that this girl had some special use, even if she did, they wouldn't be the ones to use her. Instead, they would be the ones who would die. Most importantly, if there really was a devil king behind them, none of them would be able to escape. Hence, after the god generals self-destructed, the few of them circulated their divine power and fled toward the demon army in the distance. Swish! With someone taking the lead, the few who had wanted to retreat no longer hesitated. They turned around and began to flee frantically. They weren't fools. You can take the benefits, but you want us to die with you? Chapter 5:12. Bastards, you dare to run? As long as I catch you, I'll make sure you all die a horrible death. The Wa expert howled angrily. His dark golden eyes had already turned dark red, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura that could strike fear into the hearts of people even from afar. If you want us to die a horrible death, then I'll make sure you die a horrible death first. You dogs hit boss, I've been tolerating you for a long time. However, his shout ruined everything, and a sudden change occurred. Originally, he had been fighting Neopatian, and with his peak divine general strength, he had been suppressing Neopatian. However, one of his subordinates sneered and suddenly turned his spear around, silently slashing at him with a saber. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the saber strike. The armor on his body shattered layer by layer, and a deep wound appeared on his dark golden tail. Fresh red blood trickled out of the wound. Wago, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The Wa expert ignored his injuries and angrily jumped up from the ground, clenching his eagle-like hands tightly. He looked at the cultivator in disbelief. This was one of his most trusted subordinates. He usually looked very honest, didn't speak much, and listened to him the most. He hadn't expected that this cultivator would betray him and even attack him with his saber. Everyone in the battlefield stopped fighting because of this sudden change. Neopatian and the others stared blankly, but the joy in their eyes grew even brighter. There's actually an internal strife? This is great. Our chances of escaping are even greater now. I'm not crazy. You're the one who's too much. Why are you always the first to go to a woman? Why do we have to check your leftovers? Don't you know that I'm a neat freak? I've had enough. I'm not going to be your dog anymore. I'm telling you solemnly that I, Wagu, have betrayed you. If you're not convinced, you can come and kill me at any time. The cultivator snorted coldly, reached into his sleeves, and flew away. His figure was exceptionally decisive. Wagu turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the demon army on the left, but the battlefield was still silent. They were all stunned by Wagu's righteous reason for betrayal. This god realm. Sure enough, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. The expert of the Wa clan blinked, and a complicated look flashed across his dark golden eyes. He glanced around and found that only 7 or 8 of his brothers who had fought with him in the evil stream were left. Their eyes were flickering, and they seemed to be in a dilemma. He suddenly sneered at them and said, "Damn it, the dog that bites doesn't bark. Why are you looking at me? Did they all want to defect? If you want to run, get lost. Sooner or later, you will regret it." "Boss, I don't understand. Why do you have to get this woman? There are many beautiful women in baleful stream. If you don't tell us the reason, I'm afraid our brothers won't be able to rest easy." A god general opened his mouth and spoke of the matter that had puzzled them for a long time. "What do you know? This woman is different. As long as I destroy her vital I will definitely be able to advance to the Divine King realm. At that time, my strength will increase greatly, and I will have the opportunity to obtain enough points to bring you guys out of this damned place." As soon as the Wa expert finished speaking, everyone was shocked. How could there be such a good thing? This woman's virginity had such a magical effect? It should be known that the difference between a peak god general and a divine king realm was like heaven and earth. Not to mention a peak god general, even a peak heaven god realm and a divine general realm were quite a big difference. The last step of every realm was the most difficult to cross, but once crossed, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change and increase by several times. Many people present were confused, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Everyone had trained hard all the way, and they had never heard of such a woman in this world who could help a cultivator break through a bottleneck and advance easily. Was breaking through a bottleneck so easy? Among those who did not know the inside story, there was one person who believed the words of the Wa expert. That person was Yi Qinghan, who was quietly rushing towards the center of the battlefield. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Yaorao to block the devil behind him, while he quietly rushed towards the center of the battlefield. His second-level celestial god strength did not attract anyone's attention, or perhaps, everyone did not care about him. After all, those who were still alive were at least peak celestial god experts. A second-level celestial god like him could kill them easily. The reason why Yi Qinghan believed the words of the Wa expert was because he had encountered something similar before. Yi Qingyu's Jade Spirit Constitution had such a magical effect. It could help a Duke Realm expert easily break through a bottleneck and advance to the Emperor Realm. Although he did not know why the Jade Spirit Constitution had appeared several times in the Fire Dragon Plain. Why did the Divine World know so little about this? Could it be that this kind of spiritual body was really rare in the Divine World, or was it about to go extinct? Or was there another reason? Nonsense. My young lady is from the Leitang clan. If all the young ladies in the Leitang clan had such magical effects, the Leitang clan would have dominated the floating continent a long time ago. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is clearly lusting after my young lady's beauty. The most agitated person was Neopatian. When he heard the words of the expert from the Wa tribe, his face turned extremely ugly. He waved the spear in his hand furiously and stabbed it towards the expert in a frenzy, as if he didn't care about his life. The words of the Wa expert made him extremely panicked. If these words were to spread throughout the entire baleful stream, they would definitely die even if they managed to escape now. Niu Fuhua would definitely become the target of public criticism. Everyone in the ancient Blue Dragon Castle would covet Niu Fuhua's jade body. Even the official army of Longyang Prefecture would secretly attack her. Therefore, he wanted to use the frenzied attacks to shut the expert's mouth and stop him from continuing. Of course, the Wa expert would not continue speaking. It would not be beneficial for him to expose too much about this matter. As he sneered, he calmly dealt with Nyo Potion's attacks. A pair of dark golden eagle claws, which were like divine weapons, easily blocked Nyo Potion's spear. The claws and spear collided continuously, producing the sound of metal colliding. It made people secretly sigh at the rigidity of his eagle claws. A long metallic tail swept towards Nyo Potion at lightning speed from strange angles. After a few rounds of attacks, he had completely suppressed Nyo Potion. At this moment, the few subordinates who did not betray him finally made up their minds. They released their divine powers again and pounced towards the god generals of the firework tribe. They were obviously going to attack ruthlessly. In the blink of an eye, the people of the firework tribe were once again in danger. Although it seemed like it took a long time, it actually happened very quickly. In fact, all these things happened in the span of a few breaths. From the time Yi Qinghan and the others reappeared to the time when the subordinates of the Wu tribe rebelled, only a very short period of time had passed. Although there were cultivators obstructing the eastern and southern demons, they were still approaching. As for the western and northern demons, there was no one to obstruct them. They had already rushed into the battlefield, causing the situation to become even more chaotic. Chapter 5:13. At this moment, Nyo Potion was carrying Nyo Huanhua and 4 god generals, each fighting against a god general expert. Aside from fighting Nyo Potion's group, the other 4 divine generals were all blocking the demons in the east and south. There were no god generals blocking the west and north. Hundreds of demons had already approached the battlefield and were fighting with the fireworks tribe's sky gods. Bing Shui and the rest were also fighting with the demon army. Yi Qinghan stealthily moved to the center of the battlefield from afar. Time was tight. The longer the battle dragged on, the more demons would be attracted. Moreover, the current situation had far exceeded his expectations. It was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. He, Yi Qianrao, and the rest were not afraid of danger and attracted a group of demons and demons in vain. Good chance. Yi Qinghan inserted himself into the battlefield and quietly activated his absolute domain. Black smoke rolled around him. Yi Qinghan controlled the area of his absolute domain to be very small. The black smoke only rolled around his body. From afar, he looked like a demon. He waved the slaughter god blade randomly and tried his best to control his body to be very stiff. Just like that, he charged straight into the battlefield. Yi Qinghan's disguise as a different kind of demon did not attract the attention of the people present. Everyone was very busy and fighting with all their might. They did not care about Yi Qinghan, who was a second-stage sky god. Of course, they did not care about a demon that was constantly approaching them. Although demons were difficult to deal with, it was very easy for god general experts. This was because once they reached the god general level, their attack power would be many times stronger than a peak-stage sky god. They could easily kill this kind of devil cultivator and send them flying. They just had to be careful not to be scratched by them and demonize. I choose you. Yi Qinghan looked at a black-armored warrior who was fighting with Niu Zhantian and revealed a cold smile. He loved this kind of sinister person. After sneaking a smile, his expression became very numb. He grimaced in pain, and his eyes became vacant. His movement speed was also deliberately slowed down by him. His body became very stiff and taut. In addition to the black mist on the surface of his body, he looked like a genuine demon. Lord Warsky, I am Yi Qinghan. Force your opponent this way. I can kill this divine general. At this moment, Niu Zhantian's body was riddled with injuries. His attack speed and his body's reaction speed had become very slow. Just as he was groaning inwardly, he suddenly received a voice transmission. After being stunned for a moment, Shaochen discovered that a demon covered in black fog was winking at him from the left. Although he was covered in black mist, his face could still be vaguely seen. It was Yi Qinghan, who had attracted a few demons. However, while he was distracted, he was once again stabbed by his opponent. He grinned in pain and sucked in a breath of cold air. However, his mind was working quickly. He did not know what happened to Yi Qinghan. Why did he look like a demon but could transmit voice? Why did he have to do this? However, he decided to take a gamble. Divine power burst forth from his entire body. The spear in his hand let out a soft cry and shook in the air, transforming into dozens of spear shadows. They blocked all three directions of the divine general's body, leaving only Yi Qinghan's direction. The dozens of spear shadows whistled at the same time. It was as if space was being pierced. This was his ultimate move. If this attack did not succeed, the consequences would be very serious. As expected. When Niu Zhantian attacked with all his strength, the expression of the divine general opposite him became extremely serious. The long sword in his hand danced continuously, drawing a semicircular shield beside him. His body kept retreating, and he unconsciously began to approach Yi Qinghan. This was the moment. Yi Qinghan's eyes, which were originally in a daze, suddenly shone with a piercing light. Her originally slow speed suddenly increased by several times. The slaughter god's saber transformed into a streak of black lightning and struck towards the god general's head. Huh! The divine general had actually known that a demon was slowly approaching him, but he did not care. This kind of devil cultivator, he could easily send him flying. However, at this moment, he heard the cold wind behind him and felt the blade cutting through the air. It contained a chill that made his whole body tense up. His heart skipped a beat. He could not care less about Niu Zhantian's spear shadows in front of him. He forcefully raised the long sword in his hand and blocked the black long sword that was coming at him from behind. However, that black long saber suddenly changed direction, making a strange arc, dodging his long saber, and heavily slid across the back of his neck. At the same time, Niu Zhantian's long spear also quickly pierced through the divine crystal, shattering it into pieces. The divine general turned his head with difficulty and saw a cold smile on his face. He could not help but close his eyes in understanding. The slaughter god blade did not expend much effort and directly absorbed this divine general's soul. The long sword slid across, and the divine general's eyes instantly lost their color. Then, Niu Zhantian's long spear stabbed forward, shattering the divine crystal into pieces. The divine general died instantly. Niu Zhantian put away his spear and blinked his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the fallen divine general. He could not understand how this divine general could be so easily killed by him after fighting with them for so long. He had always been the one being suppressed. His strength was clearly much stronger than Niu Zhantian's. Something's not right. Suddenly, he remembered that when he stabbed his long spear, this divine general's eyes had already lost their color. He suddenly woke up with a start and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. It was obvious that he had only attacked a dead person. The one who had actually killed this divine general was Yi Qinghan, whose body was covered in black fog. Lord Zhantian, don't just stand there. Attack me and send me flying towards the divine general on the left. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's expression became very ferocious. His eyes were dazed as he waved the weapon in his hand randomly. He had returned to his demonic appearance. The slaughter god blade in his hand did not stop for long as it continued to swing at Niu Zhantian. Bang! Niu Zhantian did not hesitate. With a sweep of his long spear, he easily hit Yi Qinghan's body and sent him flying. His control of strength was very clever. It just so happened that he was sent flying towards a divine general who was fighting with his own people. What is that? That divine general was currently dodging the attacks of the Fireworks tribe's divine general. At the same time, he was shocked that Niu Zhantian could suddenly kill one of his comrades. Seeing a black figure flying towards him, he hurriedly swung his long rod a few times, forcing the martial artist in front of him to retreat. Then, he raised his hand and smashed it towards the black figure in the air. However, his eyes were fixed on his comrade who had died in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about how his comrade had been killed so easily. All of a sudden, he realized that something was wrong. His rod had actually smashed into thin air. That demonic person had also disappeared. By the time he reacted, he felt a cold aura coming from the back of his head. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He suddenly felt that his soul was leaving his mind and moving towards the blade at the back of his head. In an instant, he lost his senses. What was going on? The divine general suddenly fell to the ground. His divine crystal and interspatial ring automatically left his body and floated in the air. This strange situation scared the Fireworks tribe's divine general out of his wits. This also attracted the attention of many people present. In the blink of an eye, 2 divine generals had actually died. How could such a strange thing not attract everyone's attention? The Wipwa tribe's powerful martial artist was extremely shocked. Even Nyo Potion's mouth was wide open in shock. Nyo Huahua, who was on his back, blinked her big eyes in confusion. At this moment, all the experts in the area swept their gazes over to this side. The Wipwa tribe's powerful martial artist's divine sense was extremely powerful. After a sweep, he quickly discovered the source of the problem. His cold gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan as he shouted, "Something's wrong. There's something wrong with that demonic person. He's not a demonic person. He's a martial artist in disguise. Kill him for me." "Ha, I've been discovered." Yi Qinghan twisted his numb face. He no longer pretended to be a demonic person. Instead, he stood up openly. However, a fawning smile appeared on his face. He nodded and bowed to the crowd, cupped his hands, and said, "Sirs, I've accidentally passed by here again. Please continue. I'll run first." Chapter 5:14. Clearly, Yi Qinghan's cold joke did not make the crowd laugh. Instead, the faces of the Wa tribe experts darkened. This trash martial artist had brought a group of demons the first time he passed by. Now, it seemed like he had lured them here on purpose. Now, he had disguised himself as a demon and tricked 2 of their companions. Now, he wanted to escape as if nothing had happened. "Where do you think you're going? How about I send you to the netherworld realm?" A god general sneered and dodged the attack of the Fireworks tribe's god general. His body moved in an arc, and with a giant axe in hand, he approached Yi Qinghan at high speed. The giant axe brought with it a gust of wind and slashed at Yi Qinghan's head at lightning speed. "What are you 2 waiting for? Aren't you going to help?" Yi Qinghan used the shadow step, and his body turned into a series of afterimages, narrowly dodging the attack. However, he was groaning inwardly. His movement and reaction speed were only at the 2nd level of the Heaven God realm. Facing a god general's attack, he could die if he was not careful. Meanwhile, Niu Zhantian and the others were still standing at the side, watching the show like idiots. They seemed to be waiting for Yi Qinghan to perform another miracle and instantly kill this god general. Oh. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was panicking and dodging the enemy's attack in a fluster, Niu Zhantian and the other god general finally came to their senses. They immediately unleashed their divine power and surrounded this god general. "You don't need to come over. Go and help Lord Patian." Yi Qinghan hurriedly retreated from the battlefield and began to command the god generals. Originally, it was a 5-on-5 battle. Now that Yi Qinghan had tricked 2 of them, it became a 5-on-3 battle. With the addition of 2 more people, coupled with Yi Qinghan's occasional sneak attacks, the situation reversed, and the Fireworks tribe steadily gained the upper hand. The Wa tribe experts became more and more aggrieved as they fought. The hatred in their eyes when they looked at Yi Qinghan also grew. It was all because of this trash martial artist who ruined his plans. Now that the situation had become so complicated, and as time passed, the sounds of fighting here would attract more and more demons. It might even attract a demon king. At that time, everyone would really be finished. Although the 3 of them were being suppressed by Niu Patian, he didn't transfer the 4 of them who were fighting against the demon. This was because he knew very well that the person most likely to be demonized by the demonic aura was Niu Huihua, who was on Nyo Potion's back. He had worked so hard for so long just to obtain a complete Nyo Huihua, to obtain her vital yin, to increase his power and increase his chances of leaving the stream of baleful yin. If Nyo Huihua was demonized, then everything would be for naught. Furthermore, the few god generals holding back the demons were the weakest. Even if they joined the battle, they wouldn't be of much help. Instead, they would be a hindrance and affect their performance. Not far away, Yi Qinghan was holding a strange-looking long saber and attacking his subordinates from time to time. They were having a great time. The What tribe expert finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he roared, "All of you, die." Demonic whip dance. Following his loud roar, the dark golden steel-like long whip on his back began to dance in the air. Suddenly, the golden light shone brightly. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The huge whip, which was several meters long, suddenly split in the middle and began to grow rapidly. One whip became two, and then it continued to split. Two became four, and then 8 dark golden whips that were dozens of meters long. The most terrifying thing was that the head of each long whip had turned into a ferocious snake head. They opened their huge mouths, revealing fangs that glowed with white light. The 8 snake heads let out heart-palpitating, chi-chi sounds in the air as they pounced towards the 6 people in the field. However, Neopodian and Yi Qinghan were the focus of attention. 2 of the snake heads pounced towards the 2 of them. Everyone looked at the 8 giant dark golden pythons dancing wildly in the air. They could feel the chilling intent spitting out from the mouths of the 8 giant snake heads. Looking at the 8 pairs of cold eyes on the snake heads, they were all shocked. At this moment, they all felt an aura of death assaulting them. Be careful, this is a special skill of the Wa tribe. If you are bitten by these snake heads, your divine power will be corroded. You will instantly lose the ability to fight, and you might even be poisoned to death. The moment Neopodian lashed out at the Wa tribe expert, his divine power surged and formed a shield around his body. At the same time, he brandished his spear and retreated quickly. He shouted to remind the others of the situation. Ah! F***ck. Ugh! **T. However, Neo Potion's warning came too late. In the blink of an eye, 4 painful screams were heard. The 3 god generals closest to the Wa tribe were bitten in the waist and chest by 2 of the snake heads. Their muscles were bitten to pieces, revealing their bones and internal organs. Their bodies were sent flying by the huge impact of the snake heads. Their bodies began to twitch violently in midair. Obviously, they were severely injured. There was another voice, which came from Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan saw the 2 snake heads pouncing towards him at lightning speed, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the absolute domain. At the same time, he used the shadow step, turned into a shadow, and ran back. However, his speed was simply too slow. The 2 snake heads easily caught up with him. The first snake head violently collided with his absolute domain. The absolute domain shook and was instantly shattered. The snake head also suddenly retreated. However, the second snake head fiercely bit his left leg at lightning speed. As expected, one of Yi Qinghan's calf was instantly bitten to pieces. He was also sent flying. In mid-air, blood gushed out of his calf. His face was as pale as snow. He fell heavily on the ground and curled up in pain. Lord Yi Yaorao, Bing Shui, and the others, who had been watching Yi Qinghan, cried out involuntarily when they saw this scene. Although this young man looked like a pervert, he had saved their lives many times. Now that they saw him in such a miserable state, they all cried out in concern. F***ck. Ancient Silver Spear Formation. Kill these 2 god generals first. The Wa tribe will be very weak for a short time after using the special skill. Those who are injured, use all your divine power to resist the snake venom. Don't let the snake venom invade your divine crystal. Otherwise, you will die. Neopodian looked at the 4 injured people who were all curled up on the ground in pain. His face became even more furious. He watched as the 8 giant snakes retracted and turned into a dark golden long whip again. He turned around and roared at the 2 uninjured god generals. His long spear fiercely bounced on the ground. Using the rebound force, he quickly flew into the sky. Ancient Silver Spear Formation. The two god generals who were lucky enough to escape the whip shouted at the same time when they heard Neopotion's order. They cooperated with Neopodian. The silver spear in their hands bounced on the ground at the same time, and their bodies flew into the sky. 3 figures flew into the sky together. Then, his body began to twist like a swimming dragon. He brandished his spear with his head down and his body up. The spear turned into countless specks of light, and with a series of sharp whistles, it enveloped the 2 divine generals. It looked like the sky was filled with spear shadows. There was nowhere to run. Ah! 2 blood-curdling screams were heard. Neopodian and the 2 immortal generals formed a spear formation. It was easy for them to deal with 2 ordinary immortal generals. 3 silver spears easily pierced through the heads of the 2 immortal generals, killing them instantly. Chapter 5:15. F***ck your second master, I'm having too much fun. This poison is so strong that my leg is crippled. This is the first time I've been crippled since I started my cultivation. How embarrassing. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Yiqinghan's forehead and back. All the muscles in his body were convulsing in pain. Fortunately, his nerves were strong and his ability to endure pain was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have fainted. Yiqinghan had the urge to cry as he looked at his empty left calf that was badly mutilated. Being a hero really wasn't easy. Fortunately, he had the soul ring. Although the soul ring was broken, its healing ability was top-notch. Otherwise, if he lost too much blood, his stamina and divine power would be drained. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to block the poison from the snakehead with his divine power. Once it entered the divine crystal, he would die. Although his body was in great pain, it wasn't as dangerous as it seemed to others. He only needed to use a small amount of divine power and the white air current from the soul ring to slowly clear the remaining poison in his body. As for using the divine crystal to reform his calf, he couldn't think about it for the time being. His divine power was thin, and he wouldn't be able to reform his calf without at least 8 to 10 days. Although there were no major problems with his body, Yiqinghan was very clear about the principle of a high-profile death. His body was constantly trembling and twitching, and he was constantly rolling around. The expression on his face was so painful that it made one's heart ache. To outsiders, he looked like he was about to die. Enduring the pain, he used his divine sense to explore the area. He found that the 3 god generals who were hit by the snakehead had their eyes closed. Although their wounds had stopped bleeding, they looked like they were in pain. It was obvious that they were using their divine power to resist the poison. Neopotion's roar and their actions surprised Yiqinghan. Why didn't they take the opportunity to kill the Wa race's expert? Why did they kill the 2 god generals instead? Kill the leader first. Everyone would only be safe after killing the Wa race's expert. Swish. After a while, he understood the reason. That was because he noticed that the tail on the Wa race's back was waving again, instantly transforming into 8 giant pythons. 3 of them whizzed towards Neopodian, 4 of them attacked the 2 god generals, and the last one whizzed towards Yiqinghan. Although Neopodian and the others were prepared, they didn't expect the Wa tribe's second attack to come so quickly. The 3 of them had only just killed the 2 divine generals, but they had already launched their attack. It seemed that they had sacrificed all of their origin energy and were going all out. Motherf ***, why are you always after me? I'm already pretending I'm about to die, and you still won't let me go? Yiqinghan, on the other hand, felt like dying. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Acting pretentiously would indeed be struck by lightning. Yiqinghan wanted to die. The Wa race didn't pay too much attention to Yiqinghan. Fortunately, Yiqinghan had been pretending to be on the verge of death, so the Wa tribe didn't pay too much attention to him. The snakehead only pounced towards his head in a straight line, trying to bite his head into pieces. Neopotion's situation was much more dangerous than Yiqinghan's. The Wa race didn't care about their origin energy and attacked all of a sudden. It was too late to dodge. If the 3 of them dodged, they would be hit and seriously injured. The situation would fall into the Wa race's hands. Miss. Nyo Shatian is going. Remember, your life belongs to all of us. Don't die so easily. One of the divine generals instantly realized that he couldn't dodge the huge dark golden python. A trace of determination flashed through his eyes. He glanced at Nyo Patian, who was so weak that she looked like she was about to faint, but her eyes were filled with sadness. He revealed a bright smile. After that, his body ignited with raging flames. Instead of advancing, he retreated and resolutely charged towards the ferocious snake heads that were whistling towards him. Shatian. Uncle Shatian, Nyo Patian and the remaining god general felt a trace of pain, but they didn't hesitate. They turned around and shot towards the ground. At the same time, they formed a barrier around their bodies. Nyo Haohua kept shaking her head. Her eyes were full of tears, and her sorrowful cries echoed in the battlefield. Bang! Self-detonation. Another self-detonation. Ah! Bullshit. The Wa race man howled in pain. His huge dark golden tail had been blown to pieces, and he had suffered a serious injury. The pain on his body couldn't cover up the pain in his heart. He didn't understand why his loyal subordinates all ran away in the face of danger. But why did his subordinates self-detonate without any regard for their own safety? Was he really such a failure as a human? Another furious curse resounded, and it was Yi Qinghan again. Yi Qinghan had slapped the ground with all his might when the snakehead attacked, causing his body to roll to the side and narrowly avoid the snakehead's attack. However, the tragic thing was that Nyo Mietian's self-detonation had sent the Wa tribe member flying. Coincidentally, the snakehead had also swung around and landed on the Wa tribe member's other calf. With a bite, his other calf was also destroyed. Luck. Luck. Yi Qinghan almost cried. What kind of bullshit luck was this? It seemed like today wasn't going to be a good day. He was 100% confident that he could avoid the snakehead's attack, but now, he was blind and went to bed with a widow. His luck was heaven-defying. Yi Qinghan let out another blood-curdling scream, causing everyone present to be slightly surprised. Not only did this puny second-layer sky god trick 2 god generals, but he also survived 2 attacks from the Wa race leader. Was this a coincidence? Or what? Swoosh! The Wa expert watched as Nyo Patian and the other divine general charged at him with rage burning in their eyes. He knew that today was a complete failure. Nyo Patian was a third-layer god general. He was only slightly injured by his sneak attack at the beginning. Although he had the strength of a peak god general, he was no match for Nyo Patian and the other god general after he used the Wa race's special technique twice and suffered serious injuries from the self-detonation of another god general. The subordinates who were fighting against the demons had only just reached the god general realm. They weren't of much use in the battle. Most importantly, they had been fighting for so long. If they didn't leave now, they might attract a large group of demons. They wouldn't be able to leave then. Retreat. He quickly made a decision. He shouted at the distance and ordered his subordinates to retreat. He turned into a dark golden shadow and went around Nyo Patian and the others, charging toward the demon army in the north. It's you. It's all your fault. You bastard, you ruined my plans. Go to hell for your father. After avoiding Nyo Patian and the others, he saw Yi Qinghan rolling on the ground and howling in pain. He couldn't help but feel a nameless rage. Originally, he had created a good situation today, but it was all because of Yi Qinghan, who attracted a large number of demons and spread rumors, causing more than half of his subordinates to betray him and cause the situation to become chaotic. In the end, Yi Qinghan tricked 2 of his subordinates and turned the tables on them, causing all his efforts to go to waste. It could be said that the person who made him so miserable today was this second-layer celestial god trash martial artist. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His cold eyes emitted a cruel light. His sprinting body suddenly leapt up high like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. His 2 eagle claws emitted a cold light as he viciously clawed at Yi Qinghan's head, who was rolling on the ground. Screw you, second master. Why do you keep targeting me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? You're courting death. Don't blame me. Yi Qinghan's body, which had been rolling on the ground, suddenly stopped at this moment. His painful howl turned into a cold voice. His twisted face was filled with mockery, and his two pitch-black eyes shone brightly. With a flash of purple light, the slaughter god's saber in his left hand turned into a black lightning bolt and slashed at the head of the war race expert who was charging toward him. Chapter 5:16. Lord Yi. Bingxue and the rest screamed in fear when they saw the Wu tribe expert dodge Niu Patian and Yi Qinghan's attacks and rush towards the north. However, he stopped halfway and continued to attack Yi Qinghan. Yi Qianrao also bit her lips lightly. She was very nervous. Niu Patian roared angrily again and increased his speed. Niu Huahua, who was on his back, looked even more pained. No one had any hope for Yi Qinghan. The Wu tribe expert's battle had proven that he was a true peak God General expert. An ordinary God General expert would definitely be killed instantly if they encountered him, let alone Yi Qinghan, whose strength was only at the second level of the Sky God realm. Even though he had mysteriously tricked two God Generals just now. Everyone's divine senses could clearly tell that he was only at the second level of the Sky God realm. However, Yi Qinghan's sudden voice, the purple ray of light, and the lightning-fast slash of the slaughter god blade caused everyone's eyes to light up. As long as he could withstand the Wu tribe expert's attack, Niu Patian would be able to rush over and save him. The purple light flashed, but it seemed to be ineffective against the Wu tribe expert. His eyes were still very clear, but the slaughter god blade suddenly slashed down like lightning. The Wu tribe expert was shocked. However, Yi Qinghan's attack speed was too slow in the Wu tribe expert's eyes. He was only stunned for 0.01 seconds before his eagle claws no longer hesitated. He twisted his head slightly and easily avoided the attack. He firmly believed that even if this strange saber struck his shoulder, he would only suffer some minor injuries at most. However, his eagle claws could crush Yi Qinghan's head. Xiao He. Yi Qinghan's blade did not slow down. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he shouted. As he shouted, a cloud of black mist quickly emerged from his chest. The black mist quickly condensed into a small beast the size of a palm. The small beast screamed angrily and rushed towards the eagle claw of the Wu tribe expert. Its speed was so fast that the Wu tribe expert couldn't react at all. She bared her white teeth and bit down on the wrist of the Wu tribesman, Bada, Bada. Then, something strange happened. That dark golden eagle claw could only go head-on against Niu Patian's spear. However, under Xiao Hei's sharp teeth, it was like a mouse gnawing on rotten wood. In an instant, half of Xiao Hei's wrist was bitten off, and even half of the bones inside were bitten off. Ah! Suddenly, an inhuman pain came from his palm. The expert of the Wu tribe howled in pain and his face twisted. He subconsciously withdrew his arm and swung it around wildly, trying to shake off Xiao Hei, who was attached to his arm. Good chance. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and circulated the divine power in his body even faster. The slaughter god's saber suddenly changed direction. Just as the expert of the Wu tribe was howling in pain, the slaughter god's saber landed heavily on the side of his head. The black light on the slaughter god's saber suddenly lit up. Although the Wu tribe expert's head was extremely hard, the slaughter god's saber only penetrated a little. It probably didn't even cut through his skull completely. However, this was enough. The crazy suction force in the saber began to enter the mind of the expert of the Wu tribe expert, forcefully pulling his soul out of his head and into the slaughter god's saber. This saber, at that moment, the expert of the Wu tribe was thinking about Xiao Hei, who was attached to his arm. However, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Then, something terrifying happened. He felt a powerful suction force pulling his soul outwards. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. His eyes drifted over, wanting to see what was happening. When he finally understood what was happening, he only had time to say 2 words before his soul could no longer hold on. It was sucked into the slaughter god saber's black gas. His soul left his body, and he died instantly. The expert's eyes lost their luster, and his body became soft. A divine crystal and an interspatial ring floated out of his body. The peak stage god general of the What Tribe expert was dead. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Neopodian finally caught up. He didn't know what was happening and didn't understand why the expert of the What Tribe had suddenly stopped moving. However, he didn't hesitate to stab the spear in his hand into the What Tribe expert's back. At the same time, he shook his spear, trying to break the expert's divine crystal. Why isn't there any divine crystal? What surprised him was that the spear did not meet any resistance when it pierced the divine crystal. It directly pierced through the expert's body. He didn't pierce the hard divine crystal as he had expected. Instead, he realized that the expert's body had already become soft. It was obvious that he had died a long time ago. At that moment, he saw a brown divine crystal and an interspatial ring floating above Yi Qinghan's body. This, Neopodian was at a loss. He continued to fly forward with the corpse of the expert of the What Tribe. Niu Huihua, who was on his back, also stared blankly at the brown divine crystal floating in the air. At that moment, everyone present forgot about the battle and the demons and devils around them. All they could see was the brown divine crystal and the interspatial ring floating quietly in the air. Until, a pale hand slowly rose up and unceremoniously put the empty divine crystal and spatial ring into its own spatial ring. Swoosh! 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 Everyone's gazes swept towards the owner of that hand at the same time, towards that pale and delicate face. At that moment, everyone understood that the expert of the What Tribe had died at the hands of this trash warrior of the second heaven god realm. But, why was that so? How could he kill the expert of the What Tribe? How could a second heaven god realm warrior kill a peak stage god general realm expert? Everyone was thinking about this question at this moment. It was a question worth pondering. Chi. Chi. Ah. The silence on the other side of the battlefield was awakened by the low roars of the demons and the tragic cries of a martialist. Although everyone was stunned for only a second or two was enough to be fatal when there were demons everywhere. Everyone was shocked, but the demons did not have souls. They would not be stunned or stop their attacks. A martialist was stabbed in the back by a demon's weapon and was demonized a moment later. Everyone snapped out of their daze. This was not the time to ponder this question, it was time to run for their lives. Whoosh! The few remaining god generals of the What Tribe were the first to react. Without hesitation, the four of them turned around simultaneously and circulated their divine power with all their might. They fled toward the north. As countless demons flew into the air, the few of them passed through the demon army and disappeared into the north. Even their boss was dead. They had just entered the divine general realm, but there was still a third heaven general realm expert and a second heaven god realm expert who could instantly kill a peak stage god general realm expert. If they did not flee, they would be the next ones to die. Chapter 5:17. Woshan, take a few people with you. Take Zhan Tian and the others. Yi Yao Rao, you're the fastest. Come here and carry this little brother. Woshan, lead the way. I'll cover you. Retreat. Neopodian also knew that the situation was dire. Although the battle had been quick, more than 10 minutes had passed. If they didn't leave now, something bad would really happen. Yi Yao Rao had been fighting the demons, but now that the What Tribe's god generals had left, the pressure on her increased. Hearing Neopodian's order, Neopodian rushed over and unleashed arcs of spear light, blocking the demons' advance. He hurriedly released a huge streak of sword light, then immediately turned around and flew over. He directly carried Yi Qinghan, who was covered in blood, on his back, and took out a white belt from his space ring to secure him in place. A rare forced smile appeared on his icy face, and he leaned towards Neopodian. Xiao He directly jumped onto Yi Qinghan's shoulder, and without saying anything, he took up the task of protecting Yi Qinghan. The god generals who had been injured by the What Tribe had used their divine power to heal for a while, but they could only barely suppress the poison in their bodies. They hadn't completely cleared it, so it was very difficult for them to move. The uninjured god general directly raised his spear and leaped into the demon dweller army. With a sweep of his spear, the nearby demon dwellers were swept away. He also brought out a few heavenly gods who were trapped in the demon dweller army and had them each carry a god general. Neopodian led the way while Neopodian blocked the demons from behind. Everyone fought as they ran, leaving the scene as fast as they could. As expected, they hadn't completely shaken off the demon army and demons behind them when they sensed a few demons charging in their direction. If the battle dragged on any longer, they would be surrounded by demons again. If more demons appeared and the encirclement grew, the tragedy from last time would happen again. Relying on Neopotion's powerful divine sense, they avoided the demons that were approaching them and ran at full speed for more than 5 kilometers. They only slowed down after confirming that the area was temporarily safe. Phew! Only now did everyone let out a sigh of relief and smile as if they had just survived a disaster. Some people even roared in excitement, venting the depression in their hearts. In the end, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing behind Yi Qinghan. They knew that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, all of them would have died. There were no surprises. He had saved everyone. However, when they turned to look at their hero, they discovered an awkward scene. The first person he saw was the shy and embarrassed Yi Yaorao. Her cold face was no longer as calm as it used to be. Her snow-white face was completely red. On Yi Yaorao's shoulder, there was a delicate but extremely pale face, sleeping soundly on her shoulder. Due to the bumpy journey, his lips would occasionally touch Yi Yaorao's earlobe, as if he was kissing her endlessly. His 2 slender hands were tightly wrapped around Yi Yaorao's jade neck. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was, coincidentally, one of his hands was naturally resting on Yi Yaorao's perky breasts. His palm was slightly open, covering her jade breasts. As he ran, his palm kept moving left and right, as if he was fiddling with something. Although he was sleeping soundly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a slightly evil smile on his pale face. If it wasn't for the fact that his eyes were tightly shut and his breathing was steady, everyone would have thought that he was openly violating Yi Yaorao. On the contrary, Xiao He, who was on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, hurriedly turned his head away when he saw everyone looking at him. He seemed a little embarrassed. He. Is Lord Yi really asleep or pretending to sleep? I think he's really asleep. Both of his calves are crippled. With such a serious injury, he must have fainted. I don't think so. Lord Ye's smile is so lewd. Look at his hand, it looks like he's grabbing Big Sister's. When Bing Shui and the others saw this situation, they all chuckled and started whispering to each other. Yi Yaorao's hearing was very good. She was already very embarrassed when everyone looked at her just now. Now that Bing Shui and the others were talking about her, she became even more embarrassed and angry. She forcefully pinched Yi Qinghan's thigh a few times. She tilted her head slightly and scolded in a low voice, "Lord, if you still don't behave properly, do you believe that I won't crush your thing down there?" In the battle just now, Yi Qinghan had deeply shocked Yi Yaorao, be it his superb strategy, righteousness, or tyrannical strength. He had actually forcefully turned the tide of a certain death situation around. Yi Qinghan's image in her heart instantly changed, becoming incomparably lofty. Therefore, when Neopodian said this, she did not hesitate at all. She carried Yi Qinghan on her back and left. However, now, the good image that Yi Qinghan had just built up had been completely destroyed by his perverted hand, whether intentionally or not. However, Yi Yaorao pinched Yi Qinghan a few times, but there was no reaction. It seemed like he had really fainted. She felt a little better and had no choice but to stretch out her hand and push away Yi Qinghan's perverted hand. Her expression became cold again as she continued forward. Neopodian did not say much when he saw that Yi Qinghan had fainted. He only instructed Niu Zhantian and the others to heal their injuries as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he released his divine consciousness to investigate the situation around him while he began to circulate his divine power to heal his injuries. He did not blame the group of heavenly god martialists. Instead, he comforted them. After all, they could not be blamed for the situation at that time. Moreover, it was because of them that everyone was in such a dangerous situation. Neo Potion's magnanimity made the remaining 20-odd heavenly god martialists feel extremely ashamed. However, they secretly made up their minds to follow Neo Potion and the others to the end in the Valley of Baleful Een. The betrayal of the Wa tribe whip team told them that it was not easy to find a good team leader in this godforsaken place. Without a leader, it was practically impossible for them to survive in the Valley of Baleful Een. Yi Qinghan had fainted for an entire day and night. Both of his calves had been completely crippled, causing him to lose a large amount of physical strength and divine power. Once he confirmed that he was completely safe, he relaxed and only gave a few instructions to Xiao He before fainting. Although he had woken up now, he continued to lie on Yi Yao Rao's shoulder with his eyes closed. He enjoyed the shocking sensation of her smooth skin rubbing against his back. As he lay there, he began to communicate with Xiao He via voice transmission. Although Xiao He had been quietly lying on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and protecting him, he was very clear about the situation around them. After an entire day and night, they had only encountered a group of demons again. The 3 injured god generals had already recovered, and Niu Huaihua had also recovered a little. Now, she could just about walk on her own. Niu Potion was currently leading everyone towards the ancient Sky Dragon Castle. He heard that there were still 2 more days until they reached the castle. Yi Qinghan checked his body's condition and discovered that the poison in his body had already been completely cleansed by the soul ring. Apart from feeling slightly weak, his body was in good condition. Of course, that didn't include his 2 empty calves. However, he didn't plan to repair his legs right away, because once he did, Yi Yao Rao would immediately discover that he had woken up. Then, this super enjoyable treatment would come to an end. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes slightly as he looked at the translucent earlobe and the swan-like neck that was right in front of him. He inhaled the faint fragrance from Yi Yao Rao's body. His entire body began to heat up, especially when the road in front of him suddenly became uneven. Yi Yao Rao slightly leaped. His body involuntarily swayed a little, and his lips accidentally pressed heavily against Yi Yao Rao's snow-white neck. At the same time, his hand, which did not use much force, coincidentally moved again. It smashed down on a soft part of her chest and bounced up again. Yi Qinghan's lower body, very helplessly began to react. He stiffly pushed against Yi Yao Rao's cleavage. Ugh, he suddenly felt a hard object pushing against his cleavage. Yi Yao Rao was stunned. Then, her entire body felt like it was on fire. Her ice-cold face was filled with embarrassment and grief. The silver sword in her hand directly cut through the ropes binding her body. Then, she used her back to throw Yi Qinghan away. At the same time, she quickly turned around and lifted her jade-like leg. Then, she kicked fiercely at the small tent between Yi Qinghan's legs. Chapter 518 F***CK, something unexpected happened. Yi Qinghan was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick. His face turned the color of a pig's liver as he flew through the air. The muscles on his face twitched continuously. He was clearly injured, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. What a pain in the ass. I wonder if it's broken. The hair on Xiao He's body stood on end the moment Yi Qinghan was sent flying. His 2 beady eyes flashed fiercely as he turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot towards Yi Qinghan's neck. His snow-white teeth shone brightly. It was obvious that he was ready to kill. Xiao He, don't. Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about the pain in his lower body as he hurriedly shouted. He didn't doubt that if he didn't stop Xiao He, Yi Qinghan's swan-like neck would be sent flying in the next second. Ah! As Yi Qinghan shouted, Xiao He was already close to Yi Qinghan's neck. His cold, sharp teeth were about to make intimate contact with Yi Qinghan's neck. Yi Qinghan felt a chill spread from her neck to her entire body. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. This seemingly adorable small beast had proven its strength and terror many times over. The Class 2 demonic beast at the Fireworks tribe's passageway and the bloody eagle claw that whipped the Wa tribe's people proved the sharpness of this small beast's teeth. Humph. When Xiao He heard Yi Qinghan's shout, he stopped in time. He snorted coldly and turned around to fly towards Yi Qinghan. Luckily, it's not broken. It's not broken. Damn it, this woman is too ruthless. If I get the chance, I'll definitely use the Yi family spear technique to teach her a lesson. The soul ring released a stream of air, alleviating Yi Qinghan's pain. However, Yi Qinghan still felt extremely uncomfortable. It was so painful that he wanted to curse. However, with so many people present, he could only curse in his heart. He wanted to rub it, but it wasn't easy to do so. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. He then looked at Yi Yao Rao, who had been scared silly, and said with some shame and embarrassment, "Miss Yao Rao, I'm sorry. My beast's temper is a little violent, and it has offended you. Please don't take it to heart, this is all my fault. I sincerely apologize." Humph. Yi Yao Rao's face alternated between red and white. She snorted coldly, stopped looking at Yi Qinghan, turned around, and walked towards Bing Shui and the others. Even though he felt a little guilty, he knew that he had gone too far. However, after being scared by Xiao He, she felt embarrassed and decided to ignore Yi Qinghan. "Alright, you're just a couple. Don't take it seriously. In the end, we have to thank you and your wife. If it weren't for you, all of us would be dead. Yi Qinghan, right? I, Niu Patian, and my young mistress owe you our lives." Niu Patian chuckled and tried to smooth things over. He gave the two of them a meaningful look. He took a deep look at Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade, but he didn't say anything or ask anything. He only smiled gratefully. "Yi Qinghan, thank you for saving me and my uncles. I, Niu Yaohua, owe you a favor. You can come to me anytime. Of course, it has to be within my capabilities." Even though Niu Yaohua could walk on her own, her face was still very pale. Coupled with her perfect and delicate face, people would unconsciously feel a sense of tenderness towards her. At this moment, this promise made Yi Qinghan feel a burst of excitement in her heart. Within her power? There were many things within his capabilities. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied when he saw that Niu Patian didn't ask about his strange abilities. Furthermore, it seemed like he didn't intend to investigate further. He smiled and waved his hand. Lord Patian and Miss Yaohua are too courteous. We are now grasshoppers tied together. Let's help each other and leave this place together. Very good. Little brother Yi, I admire your personality very much, and I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lai Tian, go and carry little brother on your back. Little brother, you should repair your legs first. Let's go back to the castle and have a good rest first. Niu Patian laughed heartily as he gave Yi Qin an appreciative look, and took the lead to walk forward. There's no need to trouble Lord Patian. Xiao He, transform. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands politely at Niu Patian and turned to Xiao He. Xiao He nodded. His body glowed with a black light, and his small body grew to the size of a calf. Yi Qinghan slapped the ground and sat on Xiao He's back. Xiao He kicked off with all four of his legs and chased after Niu Patian. His speed was even faster than Yi Yaorao's. Everyone looked at Xiao He, who had suddenly grown bigger and faster. Then, they looked at Yi Qinghan, whose legs were glowing with a white light as he slowly healed them. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and awe. Just how many secrets was this seemingly second-layer sky god cultivator hiding? Although everyone had many questions in their minds, one thing was undeniable. In everyone's hearts, Yi Qinghan had already become an expert who could be compared to Niu Patian and Niu Hua. Being able to kill a peak god general cultivator was already a demonstration of his strength. Ancient Sky Dragon Castle. I'm finally back. 2 days later, the ancient castle exuding an ancient and desolate aura came into sight amidst the yellow sand. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the castle. Their eyes flickered with indescribable emotions. Half a month's time felt like a lifetime had passed. How many battles had they gone through in this half a month? They couldn't remember how many demons they had encountered. All they knew was that they were finally safe. They could finally enjoy half a month of peace. Who's there? As they approached the castle, several figures rose from the castle walls. At the same time, a blue barrier lit up above the castle. It was obvious that they were the official army's guards. Squad 88 requests to enter the ancient Sky Dragon Castle. Nilpatian cupped his hands and raised an iron medallion high in the air as he shouted. Activate the barrier. The person in the middle glanced at everyone coldly. Finally, he glanced at the iron medallion in Nilpotian's hand. He flipped over and landed, leaving behind an emotionless and cold sentence. As they walked through the ancient Sky Dragon Castle, they saw countless small courtyards and crazy people. Some of the cultivators in the courtyards were laughing, some were crying, some were daydreaming, and some were having sex in the courtyards. The crowd didn't feel strange at all. After experiencing this hellish life for half a month, they knew that they were in a precarious situation. No one knew when they would die. Cultivators who had been under such pressure for a long time would more or less have some personality changes. They didn't know if they would become crazy like these people if they experienced this kind of life a few more times. Wow, it's really open. They are fighting in broad daylight. This battle is so fierce. Yi Qinhan sat on Xiao Hei's back, reluctantly looking at the couples in the courtyard who were crazily copulating. His gaze finally landed on the group of women who were swaying their bodies and swaying their buttocks as they walked. Especially when he noticed that ice snow was peeping at the couples in the yard. When he looked at them, he seemed to notice it. Instead of being shy or panicked, he turned around and gave a meaningful and smiling look to Qin Haodong. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel his heart surging. It seemed that he had to fight this friendly match. It seemed that there was a place for him to vent his anger. Chapter 5:19. This calf is really slow to grow. I've been back in the castle for 3 days, but it still hasn't grown. Yi Qinhan was lying lazily in a room in the castle. Xiao Hei was lying next to him, bored. He squinted his eyes and curiously looked at the skin on the soles of his feet that was slowly wriggling and growing. Boss, didn't you say that based on your divine power, it would take 8 to 10 days? Now, including the 2 days outside, it's only been 5 days. It's more or less grown. Are you still not satisfied? Xiao Hei raised his head and transmitted his voice. I didn't think of the soul ring. With the help of the soul ring, of course the speed would be faster. God-rank martial artists had divine crystals. Their bodies could automatically recover from injuries. The speed of recovery depended on the strength of their divine power. If it was a God-Emperor expert, they would probably be able to regrow in an instant. Yi Qinhan smiled and explained. His eyes were fixed on the glittering, jewel-like soul ring on his hand. Once again, he marveled at the miraculous soul ring. This soul ring was still broken. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of miraculous abilities it would have if it could be completely repaired. The ring of the Supreme Refiner Soul Emperor was indeed extraordinary. Boss, your speed is so slow. Why didn't you summon me when you encountered danger at the beginning? I've already absorbed half of the divine elixir's power. After my transformation, my speed is much faster than yours. It was so dangerous previously. If you do this again, I won't bother with you anymore. Xiao Hei suddenly put on a stern face. He looked slightly angry. He was obviously blaming Yi Qinhan for risking his life alone. Xiao Hei, your cultivation is an important matter. I was confident that I wouldn't die, so I didn't summon you. Moreover, if you came out, how could I use the body fusion technique? Besides, didn't I summon you at the most dangerous time? Yi Qinhan rubbed Xiao Hei's head dotingly. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hei was worried about him. However, he did not summon Xiao Hei in the beginning because he was worried about Xiao Hei. Now that Xiao Hei and his soul contract was equal, even if he died, Xiao Hei had to have a chance to live. Therefore, he subconsciously did not think of summoning Xiao Hei when he was not confident. Along the way, he had been accompanied by wind and rain. If one were to ask who he had the deepest feelings for other than Yi Qingyu and the other two, it would probably be Xiao Hei. In fact, in his heart, Yi Tianlong and the others were not even as important as Xiao Hei. Boss. It's all Xiao Hei's fault for being so useless. This place is so dangerous, yet I can't help you with anything. Although Auntie gave me a divine pill, and with my divine beast instincts, my strength has already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. However, I am still unable to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. If I can't comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, my strength will not be able to increase. I have cultivated in the beast fighting space for a long time, but I am still unable to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Boss, am I too stupid? Xiao He scratched his head and looked a little depressed. As a soul-devouring beast, he had always relied on his divine beast instincts and innate abilities to fight. His innate ability, Soul Devourer, was very heaven-defying and could devour the soul of any expert of the same level. However, if he did not cultivate the laws of heaven and earth and his strength was forever stuck at the heavenly god realm, the only martial artists he could instantly kill with his Soul Devourer were heavenly god realm experts. Soul Devourer and Slaughter God Blade were of no help to Yi Qinghan. This Slaughter God Blade, which had no grade, had now become Yi Qinghan's strongest attack. If he did not have the Slaughter God Blade, Yi Qinghan would probably have a hard time killing an ordinary god general, let alone a peak god general from the Wa race. However, this abnormal attack had brought about a stronger bloodlust in Yi Qinghan's heart and an evil fire in his abdomen. Xiao He. The cultivation of the laws of heaven and earth cannot be rushed. Don't you see that your boss still has two types of spatial fundamental laws that he has not comprehended? You have just become an adult, and I have only cultivated for a few decades. We still have a long time. I believe that as long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to stand at the peak of the divine world like we did in the Fire Dragon Plain. We will be able to look down on all heroes. Yi Qinghan's voice was full of emotion as he consoled and encouraged Xiao He. Although his face was full of vigor and he looked ambitious and confident, his heart was filled with misery and worry. There was no need to talk about standing at the peak of the divine world and looking down on all heroes. Right now, he didn't even have the slightest confidence that he could walk out of the baleful Een stream alive. Moreover, there were still tens of billions of people on the Flame Dragon continent waiting for him to rescue them. This mountain was constantly floating above his head, pressing down on him until he couldn't even breathe. Everyone laughed at me for being too crazy, but I laughed at them for not being able to see through me. Everyone only saw my coquettish appearance, but who could understand the misery in my heart? Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and closed his eyes. He did not think too much and fell into a deep sleep. Lord Yi. Your leg has actually recovered. It has only been 6 days. This is too unbelievable. After returning to the ancient castle, Yi Qinghan had been recuperating in his room. During this period, Niu Patian, Niu Huiyan, and the other god generals had come to visit once. However, the two sisters, Bing Bing and Bing Yu, came to visit every other day. As for Yi Yaorao, she did not come even once. Yi Qinghan looked at this pair of sisters. One was passionate and the other was cold. One was open and the other was reserved. They looked somewhat similar, but when they stood next to each other, they had a different kind of charm. The evil fire in his belly began to burn in his heart again. During their escape, Bing Bing and Bing Yu had taken turns carrying Yi Qinghan. They were already very familiar with Yi Qinghan. Many parts of their bodies had been touched by Yi Qinghan, so how could they not be familiar? Yi Qinghan's powerful and mysterious strength, his bravery to save them from danger, and his unrestrained nature had deeply attracted the two of them. In the god world, the strong were respected. The weak were used to relying on the strong to ensure their survival. And Yi Qinghan clearly had this kind of qualification. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan was full of mysteries. At first, they thought he was an evil person, a pervert. But as they got to know him, they found that he had many good points that ordinary people did not have. This kind of man would inexplicably arouse a kind of curiosity in women, and they would not be able to resist exploring and exploring. However, once they had this kind of feeling, they would often sink into it, and then, they would not be able to get out. Women who were like peach blossoms were poisonous, and men who were like poppies were even more fatal. Hee, my strength is far beyond your imagination. Alas, you have discovered another secret of mine. Two beauties, you must keep this secret for me. If it is spread out, I will not be polite to you. Yi Qinghan slightly smiled, stood up, and jumped a few times. He felt the explosive muscles in his calves, and his mood was very happy. The feeling of regaining something that had been lost was always so wonderful. Looking at Bing Bing's smiling face, and Bing Yu's cold eyes, which revealed a faint trace of admiration, Yi Qinghan felt even happier. His eyes unscrupulously swept over the two voluptuous bodies, and he smirked. These two women often came to his place these days, so they were very casual with each other. He was also used to making some harmless jokes with them. And it seemed that the two women were also very used to being made fun of by him. Looking at Yi Qinghan staring at their breasts, smiling mischievously, and saying rude words, Bing Yu's face turned slightly red. Bing Yu blushed and turned around shyly. Bing Shue's eyes were full of charm. She giggled, and her breasts trembled. She didn't know whether she did it intentionally or unintentionally. She said without any stage fright, Your Excellency, how do you want to be rude to me? Chapter 520. The teasing of the ice and snow caused the evil fire in Yi Qinghan's heart to burn even more fiercely. His eyes started to turn bloodshot and his breathing became rough. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even more sinister as he stared at the pair of beautiful sisters. He pretended to be vicious as he said, Towards those who betray me, this young master's previous method of dealing with them was to kill the men over and over again. How about it? Huh, are you afraid now? Bah. Hearing this, Bing Yu's face turned even redder. She lightly spat as if she was a bit angry. She turned around, but her feet remained rooted to the ground, not moving an inch. My lord, you are so cruel. Bing Shui is so scared. Please don't do this. I beg you. Bing Shui raised her hand and patted her chest. She pretended to be frightened, but her words were flirtatious. Invincible women. Vixen, vixen. Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath. He couldn't hold it in any longer and flashed over, throwing the two of them onto the bed behind him. Then, he pounced on them and hugged them. Using both his hands and feet, he began to enjoy the warm and fragrant jade without restraint. He said even more viciously, looking at the two of you, you don't believe this young master's methods. Today, I'll let you experience the cruel methods this young master uses to punish disobedient women. Bing Yu, don't move. If you dare to run, your punishment will be doubled. Bing Yu was suddenly thrown onto the bed. She hurriedly struggled to get up and tried to escape. However, Yi Qinghan's large hand pressed her down. She struggled a few times, but her strength grew weaker and weaker. She could only wriggle on the bed. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her bashful appearance could cause anyone's blood to boil. On the other hand, ice and snow were completely different. She seemed to be struggling and resisting, but her resistance and struggle were obviously soft, as if she was being caressed. She kept muttering, Sir, don't do this. If you do this, I'm going to scream. When the two women were in the material plane, they weren't pure women to begin with. They had always been used to attaching themselves to the side of experts. Now that they had ascended to the divine realm, they were facing a crisis of life and death. The two of them weren't thinking about increasing their own strength, but choosing to use their beauty to continue living a comfortable life by relying on the strong. Yi Qinghan was a strong man whom they could trust. Therefore, they were ready to sacrifice their beauty in exchange for Yi Qinghan's protection. Of course, it was not a sacrifice. Judging from the look of ice and snow, it was obvious that she was eager for it. Boss, you go ahead with your work. I'm going out to bask in the sun. The weather today is very good. Yes, very good. Xiao He, who had been lying on the bed pretending to be asleep, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. After sending a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan, it cupped its face with its two little paws. Swoosh! With a bang, he flew out of the door. It was as if this super erotic and super violent scene had tainted his eyes. Yi Qinghan ignored him. At this moment, his heart was already filled with evil fire. In his eyes and mind, there was only the desire to vent. The more people the slaughter god blade killed, the more negative effects it had on him. Boss, we can't just go down. This ghost slaughter god blade's influence on him is too great. If we continue like this, boss will become a different person. Sigh. Elder Lu can't send a telepathic message. What should we do? Xiao He flew out of the room and lay on the roof. He was very frustrated. Although he didn't like talking to unfamiliar people, he understood many things. He was very familiar with Yi Qinghan's situation, but there was nothing he could do. Someone is coming? Suddenly, he saw two people rushing over. When he saw clearly who they were, he quickly sent a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan and the two women had done enough foreplay to get to know each other better. He couldn't help but be furious at the sudden interruption, but when he heard that the people who came were Niu Patian and Niu Huohua, the evil flames in his heart were immediately extinguished as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Niu Patian didn't care. They were all men, so he understood. However, Niu Yaohua was just a 13 or 14-year-old girl. If she saw such a violent scene, his glorious image would be completely destroyed. Bing Shui and Bing Yu might have been aroused, but when they heard Niu Potion's words, they immediately jumped up and tidied their clothes. Although they were very open-minded, they hadn't reached the stage where they would start a fight in front of outsiders. Furthermore, they knew how to seduce men. For men, a concubine was better than a wife, and a concubine was better than a mistress, and a mistress was better than a mistress. Before they could do it, their hearts would itch and they wouldn't be able to sleep. However, once they did it, "Sir, you are too bad. We will never come to your place again. Of course, you are not allowed to sneak into our room." After saying that, Bing Shui pulled the shy Bing Yu out of the room like a gust of wind, leaving behind a charming atmosphere in the room. Calm down, Yi Qinghan. You must calm down. You can't go at night. You can't go, too early. Yi Qinghan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and secretly warned himself to be a gentleman. He couldn't go against his principles, couldn't mess around, couldn't be too casual. Even if others were casual, he had to be reserved. A man must be reserved. Huh, Brother Yi, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so? What is that? Niu Patian walked in with Niu Yaohua and saw Yi Qinghan standing there with a twinkle in her eyes and an evil smile on her face. Thinking about the ice and snow sisters who had run out like the wind, he couldn't help but laugh and tease her. Behind him, Niu Yaohua blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at this wretched-looking man. The first impression that this man gave her was that he was a wretched one. His words, "I'm just passing by," left a deep impression on Niu Haiyan. Then, he passed by, again without any hesitation and killed a few god generals to save them. This made her very curious. This man was so powerful, but why did he always pretend to be weak? He was a righteous man, so why did he act so wretched and lecherous? This was a mysterious man. Hee, greetings to Sir Patian, Lady Yaohua. Nothing, the weather is great today, ha ha ha. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start and was shocked in his heart. Recently, the demons in his heart were getting bigger and bigger. He clearly knew that Niu Patian and Niu Huohua were about to arrive, but he was still thinking about these bad things. Originally, he wanted to explain a little, but after thinking that his image didn't seem particularly lofty and upright in the eyes of the two, he couldn't be bothered to explain. He casually laughed it off and asked seriously, "The two of you have come together today. Is there anything important?" Niu Patian saw that Yi Qinghan was serious, so he stopped joking and said seriously, "Yes, there are a few things that are related to our life and death. Brother Yi hid his strength, so we hid some things as well. Now that brother has saved our lives, we won't hide it anymore. Didn't you say it yourself? We are all in the same boat, so we need to work together to get through this life and death situation." Chapter 521. Oh. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. His mind spun like lightning and he instantly understood. It seemed like the strength he had displayed had won Niu Potion's attention. Neopatian had already recognized him as an equal existence and one of the strongest people in the team. Now it seemed like he was preparing to openly announce their alliance. This world was indeed fair. If you didn't reach this level of strength, no matter how good you were, no matter how loyal you were, you wouldn't be recognized by the other party. Only when one's strength reached the same level as him, or even higher than him, would he look at you seriously and treat you as an equal. Only then would you have the right to know some information and information that outsiders couldn't know, or in other words, secrets. Lord Patian, please speak. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently, sat up straight and listened attentively. Neopatian's smile became even wider. Powerful people were divided into high cultivation and high intelligence. Needless to say, there was no need to mention Yi Qinghan's cultivation. He admired Yi Qinghan's extraordinary intelligence even more. It was comfortable to talk to smart people. He didn't waste any more time and started to explain in detail. First, I think I need to explain the baleful Yin stream in detail to you so that you can be mentally prepared and better deal with unexpected situations. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. This was something he didn't understand. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He wasn't familiar with the baleful Yin stream. In fact, when he first encountered the devil dwellers, he didn't even know what they were. Moreover, he didn't understand the attack methods of the demons and other aspects. He was lucky enough to not die. Even if Neopatian didn't take the initiative to find him, he would find Neopatian to understand in detail. I've said before that the baleful Yin stream is the weakest place between the divine world and 9 hells purgatory. We are now in one of the 13 baleful Yin streams in Longyang Manor. However, this is a third-class baleful Yin stream. Although it's dangerous, it's definitely not fatal. According to the information I have, it's almost impossible for an Azura to appear here. Therefore, the danger isn't absolute. Most of the demons outside the ancient castle are demons and demons. With our strength, we still have a chance to kill a large number of demons and escape with our lives. Of course, although more than 9 years have passed since the Blood Moon Day, we can't rule out the possibility of a living demon king. If we encounter a demon king, we will still fall. That's why we're relatively safe during this period of time. Grade 3 Baleful Yin Stream? Blood Moon Sun? Yi Qinghan understood most of Neopatian's words, but he was still puzzled by these 2 new terms. Neopatian explained, in history, the places where an Azura king has appeared will be classified as a first-class baleful Yin stream. The places where an Azura has appeared will be classified as a second-class baleful Yin stream. The places where a demon king has appeared will be classified as a third-class baleful Yin stream. When we were teleported to the baleful Yin stream, I was the strongest among us, a third-level god general. According to the laws of the god world, we could only be teleported to the third-grade baleful Yin stream. Outside the castle, I have also carefully investigated and confirmed that this is the third-class baleful Yin stream. So that's how it is. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He asked anxiously, "What is it?" "Oh right, according to what you're saying, the strongest cultivators sent here can only be peak god generals?" Seeing Neopatian nod, Yi Qinghan felt much more relaxed. He had seen demons and demons before. Although they were terrifying and dangerous, they could still be easily dealt with as long as they were careful. Neopatian had also said that there was a possibility of a living demon king. This meant that there were very few demon kings outside, or rather, none at all. Right now, the greatest threat to the team was actually the demon hunting team, such as the Whip Tribe team that they had encountered not long ago. There were hundreds of squads in this castle. Although people were constantly dying, new warriors were constantly being sent to this place. If they encountered a large group of god kings outside, no matter how low-key the team was, there was always a possibility of conflict or being watched. Not to mention a few god kings, even a random god king would be able to wipe out their entire team. If it was just a team of god generals, they could at least put up a fight. Don't be too careless. The immortal realm is so big. You're not the only one who knows how to disguise their strength. Maybe there are god kings in some teams who disguise themselves as god generals. Niu Padian gave Yi Qinghan a timely warning. Then, he seemed to think of something, and his expression suddenly became very worried. He glanced at Niu Yaohua, who was sitting quietly, and then stared into Yi Qinghan's eyes. He suddenly transmitted his voice. Although the 4 god generals who escaped haven't returned to the castle yet, there's no guarantee that they won't divulge anything about young lady. If they do, young lady's identity will definitely attract the attention of some people. When that happens, I'm afraid that disaster will befall you. Young lady's identity will definitely attract a large number of people to spy on you. Yi Qinghan glanced at Niu Yaohua, who was sitting beside Niu Padian. He looked at her perfect face and the 2 cute little devil horns on her head. He also understood that Niu Yaohua's identity was definitely not ordinary. Just the fact that she was able to reach such a terrifying level of strength at such a young age was already very unusual. However, he didn't ask much. He wasn't interested in Niu Yaohua's secret either. He had a lot of troubles to deal with and didn't have the time to care about other people's matters. As for Niu Yaohua's spiritual body, he wasn't the least bit curious. This was because Yi Qingyu had such a spiritual body. However, it was obvious that Niu Yaohua's spiritual body was even more mysterious. He felt that the strength that he had painstakingly cultivated was his true strength. If he obtained it through illegal means, he wouldn't feel at ease using it. For example, his slaughter god blade might have made him much stronger, but Yi Qinghan had the urge to throw it away a few times. If it wasn't for the fact that he was currently in a dangerous situation and that he could temporarily suppress his inner demons, he wouldn't have dared to use the slaughter god blade a long time ago. Although he was very lecherous, he wasn't interested in this kind of underdeveloped little girl. He always felt that no matter how perfect a woman was, if she didn't have an impressive figure, she wouldn't be considered a woman. Her breasts weren't even as big as his. What was the point? What was the smell? He glanced at Niu Yaohua and didn't bother about this matter. Instead, he turned to Niu Padian and said, "The next time you leave the ancient castle, if you meet those 4 god generals, just kill them immediately." "Oh right. What did you say earlier about the Blood Moon Day?" "What do you mean?" Yi Qinghan only glanced at Niu Yaohua indifferently. He didn't continue asking and instead asked about the Blood Moon Day. This caused Niu Padian and Niu Yaohua to laugh at the same time. They quickly looked at each other and saw a trace of satisfaction, praise, and relief in each other's eyes. Chapter 522. Actually, the 2 came here today for another purpose. They wanted to observe Yi Qinghan in secret. Niu Yaohua's identity was exposed by the Niuwa tribe. Many people in the team were probably thinking about it. A spirit physique that could allow a peak divine general to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the divine king realm. This news was too shocking, and people couldn't help but think about it. As a member of the team, Yi Qinghan's strength was the most important. If he harbored any ill intentions, Niu Padian and Niu Yaohua would definitely be wary of him. They might even think of a way to make him leave the team. Yi Qinghan's clear eyes showed that he didn't care at all. His attitude of not asking about anything made the 2 of them very satisfied, and they also praised him greatly. They let out a sigh of relief. Although Yi Qinghan seemed to be in disguise, Niu Padian suddenly mentioned Niu Yaohua's identity. The 2 stared at Yi Qinghan's eyes at the same time. No matter how a person pretended to be, their eyes couldn't lie. As long as a person's emotions were in turmoil, their eyes would be the first to react. Their pupils would definitely change. However, Yi Qinghan didn't change at all. He was very magnanimous. This made the 2 of them feel extremely relaxed and happy. Their trust and favorable impression of Yi Qinghan increased a little. "You don't know about the Blood Moon Day?" Niu Padian pondered for a moment. He was a little confused. This Yi Qinghan was strong, but he seemed to be a complete idiot when it came to common sense in the divine world. He didn't even have a divine world badge. His strength was also very strange. He was only a second-layer celestial god, but he could kill a peak divine general. However, Yi Qinghan had saved their lives. Niu Padian was a little confused, but he still chose to believe him. He didn't ask too much and explained, the blood moon day occurs once every 10 years in the divine world. On that day, the 2 demonic moons in the sky will turn blood red. It's very strange. This is one of the ancient secrets of the divine world. No one knows why. On that day, the space of the divine world will be extremely unstable. Large numbers of demons, demon kings, or asuras will descend from every baleful stream. As for our grade 3 fiend stream, there will be countless fiend kings descending. Of course, on that day, Longyang Manor would send out a large number of god kings to wipe them out. It would last for 3 months, and these 3 months could be considered to be very safe. However, after the 3 months, the divine kings will retreat, leaving only a small team to patrol for 3 years. At that time, the Valley of Baleful Een would become extremely dangerous and fatal. Because the Valley of Baleful Een was vast, the army of godly kings would not be able to kill all the fiend kings that descended. There would always be some that escaped. Although 3 months have passed, the space is still very unstable. There will still be a small number of demons descend. The small teams will be able to patrol. Therefore, the year after the day of the blood moon will be the year with the highest death rate for demon hunters in Baleful Een stream. It is commonly known as the year of the blood moon calamity. If that's the case, Yi Qinghan was inwardly apprehensive as he listened. He thought of the countless demon kings rampaging outside the ancient castle and the scene of martial artists being torn apart and demonized. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. That was definitely a martial artist's nightmare. It was hell on earth. No wonder there were so many demon dwellers. Now, it seemed that they were all martial artists demonized by the demon kings. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and his body stiffened. His eyes widened as he looked at Neopatian and said, I remember you said that the day of the blood moon has already passed for more than 9 years? Accurately speaking, it's been 9 years and 6 months. There are still 6 months before the blood moon day arrives again. Neopatian and Nyohua revealed a bitter smile at the same time. Neopatian said solemnly, so we only have 6 months. If we can't earn enough points in these 6 months, when the blood moon day arrives, almost all of us will die. There are no exceptions. However, if we want to earn enough points in 6 months, with our strength, it will be very difficult. Yi Qinghan shivered. That was a demon king. He was equivalent to a peak god general. Furthermore, his attack style was different from that of the Divine Realm's warriors. He was probably even more terrifying than a beginner god king. The Wa tribe, who were peak god generals, were all so strong. But when they heard about the demon king, their expressions changed. If they could encounter a demon king casually outside the castle, then their chances of survival would be pitiful. So, after the blood moon day, it would be very difficult to survive, let alone earn points. It could be said that they only had 6 months. Only by earning 1,000 points in these 6 months could they leave Baleful Een stream. Yi Qinghan had just relaxed, but now he was on tenterhooks again. He could only think of a way to earn as many points as possible in these few months and leave this damn place as soon as possible. Thinking of points, he suddenly remembered that he had obtained a few spatial rings, but he hadn't had the time or the mood to check them. Perhaps there were demonic tokens inside. These were tokens of points. He immediately took out the space rings with a flip of his hand. He extended the senses of his soul and began to inspect the space rings. He became overjoyed as soon as he did so. He raised his head and asked Neopatian, Divine General Patian, how many tokens or points do you have right now? Not many. Only a few dozen points. Why? Do you have them? Neopatian and Nyohuahua's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at the spatial ring in Yi Qinghan's hand with pleasant surprise. Our luck is heaven-defying. I have more than 300 tokens in this ring. Just this spatial ring alone has close to 300 tokens. Divine General Patian will give them all to you. Keep them well. Once the owner of a spatial ring died, it would become ownerless. Yi Qinghan could easily control it. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of demonic horns appeared in the room. There were at least a few hundred pairs. The What tribe experts worked hard to accumulate points for God knows how many years, but now they are all ours. Together with the points I have about 400. If we're lucky, we should be able to accumulate enough points in 6 months. Brother Yi, if we can escape this place, you'll be the one to take the credit. Neopodian didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the demonic horns. This was actually the second reason they had come here. They had already expected that there would be some demonic horns in the spatial rings of the What tribe experts, but they hadn't expected there to be so many of them. What he didn't expect was that Yi Qinghan would hand it over to him so readily, which surprised him. At this moment, Neopodian and Neohuahua's hearts were boiling. It had only been half a month, and they had already obtained 400 points. There was still half a year until the Blood Moon Day. They had to take a gamble and accumulate the remaining 600 points. Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with passion, but he was pondering in his heart. The next time he went out, could he consider not hunting demons, but hunting warrior squads? This time, he had obtained a few hundred points. If he killed a few experts like the What tribe, would he have enough points unknowingly? Chapter 523. Neopodian pondered for a moment before saying, Brother Yi, I have a question that I don't know if I should ask. However, please believe me, I have no ill intentions. Oh. Please ask, Divine General Podian. Yi Qinghan smiled inwardly. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He already knew what Neopodian wanted to ask. I'm very curious. Is there something wrong with your strength? You don't seem to know anything about the immortal realm. Why did you appear in the firework tribe with your strength? You don't even have an immortal realm badge. What happened? Neopodian asked all the questions in his mind. These questions didn't concern them. Everyone in the courtyard wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to. When Neopodian saw that Yi Qinghan didn't have much of a reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. Without waiting for Yi Qinghan to speak, he continued, Of course, little brother, if you have any difficulties, you don't have to say it. I'm taking the liberty of asking because I want to see if I can help you. If your strength can return to its peak, or even go one step further than it is now, it will be a great help to our team. If there's anything you need, please tell us and we will do our best to help you. Neopodian was a good person. After hearing Neopodian's words, Yi Qinghan didn't blame him at all. Instead, he was even more certain of this person. He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a long time before he finally said, I won't explain much about my strength. Perhaps you can understand it as my body undergoing some changes and some memories have disappeared. However, I can guarantee that I have a good impression of most of the people in the Firework tribe. I admire Divine General Podian and Miss Firework very much. I can't guarantee anything in the future, but I will definitely be on your side in the baleful Een stream. As for my strength, I have 2nd level celestial strength and 3rd level celestial soul. These are my weaknesses, so I won't argue. Do you have any spirit medicine or pills that can help me improve in a short period of time? If I can improve it, my strength will definitely skyrocket by several times. After saying that, Yi Qinghan looked at the two of them with hope. His laws had long since reached the divine general realm, but his divine power and soul had not improved, so he could not completely advance to the divine general realm. If Neopodian and Neo Huanhua had divine pills or something like that, it would be great. All right. After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Neopodian slapped his thigh and stood up. He exchanged a glance with Neo Yanhua and the two of them nodded at the same time. Their eyes were burning with excitement. They thought that Yi Qinghan was originally a powerhouse. If his strength could increase, he would have done so long ago. They didn't have much hope, but now they didn't expect Yi Qinghan to be able to increase his strength in such a short time. To them, this was another joyous occasion of the day. Yi Qinghan threw a few hundred tokens to Neopodian without hesitation. At that moment, he gained their unreserved trust. If Yi Qinghan secretly sold these few hundred points in the castle, he would be able to exchange them for a very large amount of divine stones and treasures. Moreover, Yi Qinghan went to save them despite knowing the danger. This made the two of them very grateful. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan didn't steal Niu Huanhua's spirit body. Combining these points, Niu Patian and Niu Huanhua completely let down their guard and treated Yi Qinghan as one of their own. Since he was one of their own, then his strength could skyrocket, which was equivalent to their own strength skyrocketing. That way, he would be more confident in protecting everyone in the next 6 months, and at the same time, he would be able to obtain enough points. Niu Patian didn't have pills that could increase divine power, but Niu Huanhua had them. Niu Huanhua also had pills that could improve the soul. Niu Huanhua's identity was special. To be able to reach such terrifying strength at such a young age, how could she be lacking in divine pills? Niu Yaoyan stood up and touched her spatial ring. 2 green jade bottles appeared in her hand. She stared at the 2 jade bottles with her limpid eyes. Reluctance flashed in her eyes as she spoke for the first time. Brother Yi, this is a scarlet dragon pill. It can increase your divine force for a short period of time. You should be able to reach the divine general realm at the very least. The other bottle contains summer worm grass, a wondrous medicine that nourishes the soul. It can at least help your soul break through to the 2nd level of the divine general realm. These are the best pills I have on me. They are also very precious. I hope you won't disappoint me. Although Yi Qinghan didn't know what these pills were, he could feel that these 2 bottles of pills were definitely very powerful and extremely valuable. He couldn't help but reveal an expression of ecstasy on his face. He let out a long sigh and very quickly reached out to take the pill. He said very firmly, Miss Firework, don't worry. Your safety will be protected by me in the future. Just wait and see, as expected. His efforts had paid off. He had made the right bet. When he found out that Niu Patian and Niu Huanhua were surrounded by a group of divine generals, he had thought of leaving them to their own devices. However, he wasn't familiar with this place. Without Niu Patian and Niu Huanhua, he wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, he led a large group of demons to pass by. In the end, a blind cat ran into a dead mouse, and he succeeded. This was his first sacrifice. Just now, he didn't hesitate to throw a few hundred demonic tokens over. This was his 2nd sacrifice. Not only did he gain Niu Patian and Niu Huanhua's unconditional trust, he also received 2 bottles of extremely important and precious pills. As long as he cultivated his divine power and soul to the divine general realm, he would become a true divine general expert. With his soul in chaos, he was basically invincible in the divine general realm. He had no pressure against the demons and could even fight against the demon king. In the baleful Yin stream, he could finally control his own fate. Lord Yi didn't come to find us? Bingxue and Bingxue were a bit absent-minded these few days, especially when the purple moon rose. The 2 of them stared at the purple moon through the window. They were waiting for Yi Qinghan to come and punish them. However, the 2 of them could only sleep alone every night. 5 days later, they couldn't take it anymore. They shamelessly went to Yi Qinghan's room but were stopped by Xiao He. Xiao He didn't explain anything. He only said that Yi Qinghan would come to find them in the future and chase them away rudely. This made the 2 of them uneasy. They had finally found someone they could rely on and was interested in them, but now he suddenly changed his mind? How could they not be worried? Yi Qianrao was also worried. After kicking Yi Qinghan's little brother, she didn't pay attention to Yi Qinghan anymore. After returning to the castle, Yi Qinghan didn't show up again. She couldn't help but feel regret. Her kick had touched Yi Qinghan. Her heart was like the rain, fog, and wind, drifting. It wasn't until half a month of rest was over that their hearts completely calmed down. Yi Qinghan's strange behavior also surprised the other members of the team and the people in the castle. Xiao He transformed again. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on his body and meditated with his eyes closed. They were about to go out to hunt demons and leave Canglong Castle, but Yi Qinghan was still cultivating. Niu Hua and Niu Patian, on the other hand, were not surprised at all. Instead, They guarded Yi Qinghan closely, and from time to time, their eyes would glance at Yi Qinghan's delicate and pretty face, and their hearts were filled with incomparable anticipation. They wondered if refining these two divine pellets would be as he had said, and his strength would increase explosively. Chapter 524. What the hell is Lord Yi doing? What can he achieve in such a short amount of time? Don't tell me he's going to make a huge breakthrough? Bing Shui looked resentfully at Yi Qinghan, who was standing like a log on Xiao Hei's back, and turned to look at Bing Yu. Shui, don't talk nonsense. Don't you see Lord Patian and Miss Fireworks guarding him? Who knows, he might really make a huge breakthrough. Bing Yu was also very nervous. Their relationship with Yi Qinghan was developing very quickly, and they almost did it that day. They didn't expect such a sudden change, and the two of them were slightly worried. Acting all mysterious and mystifying. Who knows what he's up to again? This man is definitely not a good person. Yi Qingrao, have you forgotten the injuries you suffered back then? You can't trust any man anymore. Definitely not. Yi Qingrao kept repeating in her heart, forcing herself not to look at Yi Qinghan, warning herself not to make the same mistake again. But why couldn't her eyes control themselves, to drift in that direction? Without a doubt. From the inside to the outside of the castle, Yi Qinghan became the focus of everyone's attention. They were already dozens of li away from the castle, and they could encounter demons and enemies at any time, but Yi Qinghan was still like a log, not worried or apprehensive at all, and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Only Niu Patian, Niu Fireworks, and Xiao Hei were present, and they didn't find it strange at all. This was because Yi Qinghan had told them before he went into seclusion. He wanted them to guard him, and not to wake him unless it was absolutely necessary. Are there new martial artists being sent here? Suddenly, a group of martial artists in front of them attracted Niu Potion's attention. He waved his hand, and everyone stopped in their tracks. When he saw that the one at the front was God King Shui from the ancient castle, his body relaxed slightly. God King Shui was in charge of receiving new martial artists that were sent over. This was no secret in Blue Dragon Ancient Castle. Back then, it was God King Xiao who had brought them into the old castle. Niu Patian had already investigated and found out that there were 5 God Kings in the old castle. It was said that one of them was the strongest and was infinitely close to the God Emperor realm. However, he had never shown himself before. The other 4 God Kings, on the other hand, were seen frequently. All of them are peak divine champions? Behind God King Xiao was a row of prefecture soldiers. Behind the prefecture soldiers, there were close to 100 people. Niu Potion's heart skipped a beat. The Longyang prefecture was vast and boundless, and the number of god-tier martial artists there was uncountable. Every day, there would be countless martial artists who would violate the dignity of the Longyang prefecture and challenge the iron laws of the divine realm. Furthermore, there were countless god bandits within the prefecture. Every time there was a purge, the god prison would be filled to the brim. In the end, a large portion of these people were sent to the 13 streams of Yin Fiend. Therefore, Niu Patian wouldn't be surprised even if thousands of divine champions were sent here at once. But this time, nearly 100 people were teleported here, and all of them were peak divine champions. Niu Patian couldn't help but be puzzled by this. It couldn't be such a coincidence that nearly 100 peak divine champions were locked up in the same prison and they were sent here. It was just that this group of people seemed to be in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, they passed the crowd and headed towards the ancient castle. Niu Patian didn't think too much about it and continued to lead the group forward. Niu Patian wasn't the only one who was puzzled by this group of experts. The moment they stepped into the ancient castle, all the teams taking turns to pay attention to them. Divine generals weren't strange, and peak stage divine generals weren't rare either. However, nearly 100 peak stage divine generals were a terrifying force. There were hundreds of teams in the ancient castle, and the strongest team only had slightly more than 50 peak divine champions. Without a doubt, this new force became the strongest team in the ancient Blue Dragon Castle. Under normal circumstances, the god prisons in the various cities of the Longyang prefecture would gather a group of people and send them to the streams of Enfiend. Or, like the firework tribe, the entire team would be sent here together. Therefore, the strength of the teams varied, not to mention the fact that they were all peak divine champions. Although God King Shui had his doubts, he clearly didn't want to be nosy since the higher-ups had sent them here. Moreover, there were 5 god kings in the ancient castle, so he wasn't afraid of these people causing trouble. He led the team to a courtyard and gave them some instructions before turning to leave. "Sir, please wait a moment." A voice transmission made him stop in his tracks. He chuckled inwardly. It seemed like something good was about to happen. He waved his hand and dismissed his subordinate official army before turning to look coldly at the person who sent the voice transmission. "What's the matter?" "Sir. My brothers are very unfamiliar with the streams of Enfiend. I hope that you can explain it to us." The one who spoke was a black-clothed man with brown curly hair, a muscular body, and a face full of sideburns. As he spoke, he was smiling from ear to ear. He lowered his back slightly and quickly handed over an interspatial ring. His movements were practiced and natural. God King Shui's consciousness quickly scanned the interspatial ring on his hand, and his cold face immediately broke into a smile. They were indeed generous. These people really had ulterior motives. Although his expression changed instantly, he didn't put away the interspatial ring on his hand. Instead, he released his god domain and said indifferently, "I won't do anything that goes against the rules of the ancient castle." Sir, you're indeed straightforward. Of course, we won't make things difficult for you. We've just arrived at the streams of Enfiend and would like to rest for a while. I wonder if you can allow us to rest for a month? After a month, we brothers will naturally go out to hunt demons. Of course, we definitely won't go against the rules of the ancient castle. The huge man with the full beard smiled and spoke very respectfully. You want to change the time you go out to hunt demons? Looks like some of the demon hunting teams are going to suffer. God King Shui's expression relaxed completely this time. He put away the interspatial ring and god domain and nodded indifferently. That's a small matter. I'll allow it. Don't go overboard with other things. If you go against the rules, I won't be able to protect you. Good things come to light. Of course, we know the rules. The smile on the huge man's face deepened as he nodded repeatedly. When God King Shui's figure completely disappeared from the courtyard, the smile on his face faded completely, and a cold glint shot out from his eyes. Big brother. You've already confirmed the target? Once God King Shui left, the few hundred people in the courtyard all flew into their rooms to rest. Their movements were clean and efficient, just like a well-trained army. Only 2 people were left in the courtyard behind the huge man with the full beard. One of them laughed sinisterly and asked in a low voice. Seeing the huge man nod, the other said with some worry, "Big brother, the blood moon day is about to arrive. Why don't you get that god king to immediately send us out to hunt demons? We can kill the target as soon as possible and accumulate enough points to leave the streams of Enfiend. No rush. There are still 6 months until the blood moon day. In this grade 3 streams of Enfiend, the strongest team only has a few dozen peak divine general realms. Points are very easy to obtain. With the target confirmed, the mission this time will be very easy. We just returned from the Phoenix Glow mountain range and are coming to the streams of Enfiend now. Let the brothers rest for a month. Tell them that after this mission is completed, everyone will go to Fallen Red City and have fun for 10 years. Haha. The huge man with the full beard waved his hand casually. Fallen Red City. 10 years. Big brother is really generous this time. Waha. The brothers will definitely go crazy with joy when they hear this news. The 2 cultivators were overjoyed when they heard this. They cupped their hands and flew into the room behind them. Clearly, they could not wait to tell this news to everyone who was resting. Chapter 525. Walking on the desert again, looking at the raging yellow sand that filled the sky, looking at the countless gravel on the ground, looking at the desolate rocks everywhere, everyone's feelings were somewhat complicated. Seeing this desolate desert for the first time, everyone was slightly curious. Looking at the strangely shaped rocks around, some people were even very excited to comment. It was just that after more than a month, the few thousand people that came together now only had a little over 50 people left. Although it was not clear if the remaining people were all dead, they still continued to wander around this desert like flies. But just the first demon hunting, the team only had so few people left. They did not know how many people would be left the next time they left the ancient castle. Or were they all annihilated? Even Neopodian and Neohuahua were infected by this desolate aura after leaving the ancient castle again. Inside and outside the castle were two completely different times. Inside the ancient castle, everyone did not need to worry about safety and did not need to think too much. But once they left the ancient castle, everyone's hearts would be inexplicably infected, involuntarily producing a kind of pessimistic mood, and their imaginations would run wild and their hearts would be in a mess. "Sir, why are we running around like this? Can't we roam around the vicinity of the ancient castle?" A celestial deity in the team saw Neopodian leading everyone straight into the distance, getting further and further away from the ancient castle, and could not help asking in puzzlement. He subconsciously felt that there were 5 divine kings in the ancient castle, so it would be safer near the ancient castle no matter what. Also, it was easy to get lost if they left the ancient castle too far. You cannot stay within 100 miles of the ancient castle, otherwise you will be killed without mercy. This is the rule of every Fiend stream. Neopodian swept a glance at this martial artist and explained to everyone, if everyone gathers near the ancient castle, it's very easy to attract large numbers of fiends and devils to besiege the ancient castle. At that time, it will be troublesome to enter and exit the ancient castle normally. Therefore, you are not allowed to stay within 100 miles of the ancient castle of Fiend stream. If you are discovered, it will definitely be a dead end. If you get lost and don't know how to return to the ancient castle, you just need to remember, when the demonic moon rises, just walk in the opposite direction of that scythe-shaped demonic moon. You will definitely find Blue Dragon Ancient Castle. Oh. That's how it is. Everyone made a mental note that if they were to be separated from the team, they could always return to Tsanglong Castle alone to meet up with everyone else. They all understood that Neopodian didn't mention it last time because there were many low-level martial artists in the team in the past. A martial artist's strength was equivalent to the information he obtained. This world is very cruel. Without strength, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to the strong. The small team continued to wander in the Gobi Desert at a moderate pace. Neopodian and Neohuahua guarded Yiqinghan, while Neozhantian and the others were scattered around the small team, spreading their divine senses to scout the surroundings. After wandering outside for 2 days, the team encountered many demons, but Neopodian chose to avoid them all. As long as they discovered demons, demonic humans, or cultivators, they would immediately flee without any hesitation. This also made everyone understand one thing, and at the same time, their hearts burned with passion. Neopotian's actions were clearly to protect Yiqinghan. This meant that this mysterious Lord Yi was definitely at a critical moment in his cultivation. In other words, once he finished cultivating, his strength would definitely have a huge breakthrough. If he could already kill a peak godly general before breaking through, wouldn't he be even more terrifying after breaking through? Everyone shuddered at the thought. The stronger Yiqinghan was, the safer they would be, and the greater their chances of leaving this place would be. However, 2 days later, when Yiqinghan opened his eyes and stopped cultivating, everyone was slightly disappointed and doubtful. The moment Yiqinghan opened his eyes, his body suddenly glowed with a red light, and a red light flashed in his eyes as well. That's right, this was a sign of a breakthrough. Yiqinghan had broken through to the godly general realm. However, this was very different from what everyone had expected. They had thought that since Yiqinghan could kill a peak godly general, his strength must have reached the peak godly general realm. The second-tier celestial god's strength that he displayed now must have been a disguise. Unexpectedly, he had really just broken through to the godly general realm. Was it a coincidence that he could kill that peak godly general? However, how could he explain his sneak attack that killed 2 godly generals in an instant? No matter how they thought about it, they were all confused. Big brother Yi, how was it? Niu Patian and Niu Huihua were not the least bit confused. When they saw Yi Qinghan, they blinked their big eyes and asked in anticipation. Haha. Lady Huihua, how can I bear to disappoint you? Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. He was in a good mood and actually teased Niu Huihua. After he finished speaking, he jumped up from Xiao Hei's back. While he was in midair, his body moved like a swimming dragon. At the same time, he took out the slaughter god's saber from his interspatial ring and brandished it in the air. Green saber waves shot out from the saber and transformed into streaks of shooting stars that flew in all directions. Boss, after you broke through to the godly general realm, your speed and attack power have increased greatly. Xiao Hei's two black eyes stared at Yi Qinghan in midair with a face full of joy. Yi Qinghan's current attack speed and movement speed were obviously many times faster than before. The saber light that he spat out was also bigger than before. More importantly, the terrifying energy contained in the crescent saber light was obviously many times stronger than before. Now, when facing an evil demon, he could easily disperse the evil demon's aura and kill it easily. Niu Huihua, Niu Patian, and everyone else blinked their eyes and started to have doubts in their hearts. Yi Qinghan, no matter how they looked at him, he looked like a martial artist who had just broken through to the godly general realm. Why did he not disappoint them? Where did his strong self-confidence come from? As long as I get close to an ordinary godly general, I can definitely kill them in an instant. As for a peak stage godly general, if my sneak attack is successful, I have a 90% chance of killing them in an instant. Yi Qinghan's sudden voice transmission made Niu Huihua and Niu Potion's doubts disappear. Yi Qinghan wasn't someone who boasted. Ordinary god generals could instantly kill a bunch of them. What was going on? Even a peak stage godly general would not dare to say such a thing. It seemed that they had made the right bet. If Niu Huihua or Niu Patian consumed these two spirit medicines, the effects would not be that great. They would only increase their divine power and soul power, but would not deepen their comprehension of laws. If a godly rank expert wanted their strength to increase explosively, they had to comprehend laws. Xiao Hei, merge. Yi Qinghan flipped over and rushed to the ground. He transmitted his voice to Xiao Hei and merged with Xiao Hei in an instant. Then, a soul chaos enveloped everyone present. As expected, everyone fainted, only waking up after a while. When they did, they all looked at each other in dismay. Seeing the warm smile on Yi Qinghan's face, they all broke out in a cold sweat. No one dared to doubt Yi Qinghan's strength anymore. If Yi Qinghan had wanted to kill them just now, he could have killed them all in an instant. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's position in everyone's hearts had far surpassed Niu Potion's. He had become the team's number one. Meanwhile, Bing Shui and Bing Yu were looking at Yi Qinghan in a different light. Even Night Enchantress and Niu Huihua's limpid eyes were filled with splendor. Powerful and mysterious men always had a fatal attraction to women. Yi Qinghan let out a long breath and suppressed the urge to roar at the sky. He thought to himself, it feels good to have great strength and control my own fate. After breaking through to the godly general realm, this young master no longer needs to follow the flow of baleful Yin stream and tremble in fear. I finally have hope of leaving this place. Chapter 526. Ha! Zha! After witnessing Yi Qinghan's sudden increase in strength, the Fireworks Tribe's team's confidence was boosted. The team moved around quickly. In the past, they would hide when they met demons. Now, they took the initiative to look for demons. 1 hour later, the team encountered a demon. All of them took out their weapons and released energy waves as they surrounded the demon and attacked it. As expected. After reaching the God General realm, the power of my energy attacks is much stronger. Yi Qinghan took the lead and waved the Slaughter God blade. A crescent-shaped green blade light flew out of his body and directly attacked the demonic aura that was churning non-stop. The black fog that was rapidly spreading over became sluggish. Furthermore, it was visible to the naked eye that the black fog had shrunk. Yi Qinghan was elated. He had not finished refining the red dragon elixir's medicinal powers. Once he finished refining it, his divine power would reach the second stage of the God General realm. His soul cultivation had already reached the second stage of the God General realm. Although Xiao He had already entered the Heaven God realm and his overall strength had reached the peak of the Heaven God realm, the divine power in his body was very little. Therefore, after the fusion, Yi Qinghan's divine power did not increase by much. Instead, his soul strength increased significantly. After the fusion, his soul strength had reached the third stage of the God General realm. However, Yi Qinghan was already very satisfied. Soul confusion was a spiritual-type divine skill. It was similar to an innate ability. Although it was not as powerful as the God Eater skill, if the enemy's soul strength had not reached the third stage of the God General realm, they would definitely fall for it. Moreover, the martial artists that Yi Qinghan met in the baleful Yin stream did not seem to have a high soul cultivation. Wait. As he pondered, the demon aura outside the demon's body was completely dispersed. Niu Padian wanted to make a move. However, Yi Qinghan stopped him. After everyone's attack was over, Yi Qinghan leaped up and pounced towards the infuriated demon. Now that his speed was slightly faster than the demon, he was not worried that the demon would hurt him. Therefore, he wanted to see if soul confusion was effective against the demon. The purple light lit up, but the demon did not stop. It waved its sharp claws and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's body flashed as he swung the Slaughter God saber, wanting to send the demon flying. But something happened that made him very surprised. The Slaughter God saber slashed on the demon's shoulder, and a black light shone. However, it was as if the saber had slashed on the demon's body. In an instant, the demon was eroded and turned into black dust, disappearing into the yellow sand that filled the sky. All that was left was a pair of demon horns that were connected together. When the horns fell onto the gravel on the ground, a peng-peng sound could be heard. Seeing Yi Qinghan kill the demon with a casual slash, the martial artists in the field secretly cheered. However, Niu Padian and Niu Huahua's eyes lit up as they locked onto the Slaughter God blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. They immediately averted their eyes and pretended to be normal. This saber is very strange. Both of them knew very well that this demon only had one weakness, and that was the head between the two horns. He wouldn't die instantly no matter how hard he tried. Even God Kings didn't have this ability. The only explanation was that there was something strange about Yi Qinghan's saber. Brother Yi, let me be the one to kill the demon in the future. You are using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Haha. Niu Padian thought for a moment and decided that he had to remind Yi Qinghan. After all, if this scene was seen by other martial artists, they would definitely realize that this saber was different from the others. At that time, it would be troublesome if they wanted to steal it. Thus, he tactfully reminded Yi Qinghan. All right. Then I will have to trouble Lord Padian. Yi Qinghan floated down to the ground. There was not a single trace of abnormality on his face. Deep down, he was extremely shocked and secretly felt grateful to Niu Padian. It seems like this saber can't be used to kill demons in the future. If it is exposed, the consequences will be dire. This saber seems to be the nemesis of demons? Or is it a demonic weapon? Not only is it effective against demons, but it also has the same effect against demons. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qinghan kept the Slaughter God saber into his spatial ring without leaving a trace. He secretly decided that if there was no need, it would be better to use this saber less. Everyone only stopped for a moment before continuing to look for demons and collect points. Although the team did not have many people, the weakest among them was at least at the third level of Heaven God. After a few battles, their teamwork became better. In just a short span of 2 days, he had already killed more than 20 demons. Niu Padian also transmitted a message to everyone. Currently, he already had 400 points in his hands. Everyone's fighting spirit rose even higher. They roamed around day and night, looking for demons everywhere. They wanted to kill more demons as soon as possible and leave the baleful Yin stream. This close, yet worlds apart is really hard to cultivate. After so long, I still haven't comprehended the true meaning of this movement technique. Could it be that I am comprehending it in the wrong direction? While looking for demons, Yi Qinghan did not forget to cultivate close, yet worlds apart. Although he had advanced to the God General realm and his speed was much faster, if he could be faster, he would not reject it. Furthermore, he had already learned close, yet worlds apart. He could not give up now. Someone is coming over. Everyone, be careful. Prepare for battle. Niu Padian suddenly stopped in his tracks. His divine power surged as he shouted. Yi Qinghan stopped practicing and immediately took out the slaughter god blade. He also felt that there were many martial artists coming over. Furthermore, they were very fast. If the team tried to escape, it would be very difficult for everyone to escape. It was not hard to meet martial artists in the baleful Yin stream. However, after everyone used their divine senses to detect each other's presence, they would take a detour and go their own way. It was very rare for them to directly rush over. Everyone started to feel apprehensive. They hoped that they were not coming for them. Swish! A series of air-piercing sounds rang out as a group of people rushed over from afar. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred people. At the very front were over 50 martial artists dressed in red battle armor. These 50 martial artists were the fastest. Furthermore, they had an invisible baleful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was obvious that they were people who killed people like flies. Behind them, there were over 200 martial artists following behind them. All of them had cold looks on their faces as they rushed over. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses and his heart tightened. These 50 martial artists had terrifying auras and surging divine powers. They were all god generals. Furthermore, they were all high-grade god generals. A few of them were definitely at the peak of the god general realm. Hee, pink robes, devil horns, and a beautiful little girl. Bring that god general over and let him recognize this little girl. Is she the person he is talking about? It seems like my luck is going to change today. This group of people released their domineering auras unscrupulously as they rushed over. They immediately spread out and surrounded Yi Qinghan and the others. All of them had weapons in their hands and were filled with killing intent. However, their eyes were all locked onto Niu Yaohua. The one who spoke was a very short martial artist. He was less than 1.5 meters tall. He looked like a dwarf, but his aura was rather domineering. He sized up Niu Yaohua carefully, then turned to look at the martial artists rushing over. He roared loudly. His voice was like a cow's roar. It was deep and impactful. It was like the dull sound of a drum that pounded on everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Yes, yes. My lord, it's her. My former boss is talking about her. I'm talking about this little girl. A martial artist dressed in fiery red battle armor and a god general flashed over and pointed at Niu Yaohua while shouting. Everyone in the firework tribe felt their hearts sink at this moment. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed into slits. This was because this martial artist was one of the 4 Wa tribe subordinates who had escaped the other day. Protect yourselves. Lord Patian, bring Miss Firework and the others to break out of the encirclement. Yi Qinghan roared. He knew that today's situation would not end well until one side was dead. He did not want to wait any longer. He immediately merged with his beast and his body turned into a raging dragon. A purple light shone as the slaughter god blade turned into a black bolt of lightning and slashed towards the dwarf martial artist.